Welcome back. Welcome to day 3 of our review. How's everybody doing? Feeling strong? You wish we could push it off a week? Everybody does. Plus, I'm a procrastinator when it comes to being a student. I doubt anyone else is, of course. But we're going to talk about what counts tonight. We're going to go over all the important stuff and your questions. I hope you brought some. We'll go over any practice exam, including the midterm, license law, commission rule, agency, contracts, closings, valuation. I'm just going to touch on lots and lots of things, so get ready. Got a lot of stuff to cover. Sure, please do. Good. Right. We do not have class tomorrow. You will not see me tomorrow because when you log in, all you will see is yourself. And it will be a walkthrough. It'll guide you through the process. It'll say, scan the room with your camera, all of the stuff. So at some point tonight after our class, read through that email really closely, do the practice exam. It's only like 4 or 5 questions just to get you used to the procedure. That's all that's for. So that it's nice and smooth for you tomorrow. That's my best advice. And make sure that when they ask you for your ID, it might be they will either have you hold it up to the camera or upload, I think, an image of it. So I'd go ahead and take a picture of your license, light driver license, so that you could upload the picture if you need to real quick, in case the scanning through the camera doesn't quite work right, just based on feedback I've heard from students in the past. What else? We'll talk about that when more people have joined on, but since you asked, let's see, what else? Let's see. Yeah, they'll make you scan. They'll let you have a couple of sheets of blank paper for scratch. Oh, I'm not. Oh, yeah, there I am. Okay. And that email has all the pertinent information. Just going to have to take your time, work your way through it so that you get real comfortable with it. I believe they send, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't been the student, but they might send 2 different emails, one for national portion and one for state portion. And if that's the case, just be looking out for that. I'll check at the next break and see what I can find out just to be sure. What else? That's right. The total, they're both as a total. Oh, actually, yeah, 75 each. That's right. You can, let me think. Yeah, 75 is the passing grade. If you get 69 to 74, then you can retake the test without going back through the course. If you get 68 or less, then you have to take the course again in order to retest. If you're I've occasionally had people who maybe they just kind of, for whatever reason, decided not to test. And they didn't show up. They didn't click on. Were they allowed to make that up? Yes, they were. However, what they don't get is the retake if they only score 69 to 74 because they basically would have used it up. So my advice to you, even if you have a panic attack, even if you feel unprepared, just take it tomorrow night. Just try it because at the very least you'll get a run through, right? You'll get an actual run through of the real exam. Not probably much likelihood that it's going to make a difference in a day or so between the likelihood of passing it. So I'd say it's more valuable to take it on schedule tomorrow and then hope that you can at least get the 69 so that you can retake the test versus the class. Just my thoughts on that. Put your name in the chat for me while I'm thinking about it, please. What else? In case you were just joining us, Someone had asked the procedure for tomorrow. Tell me in the chat too, everybody. Let me set it to private. Everybody tell me individually that you did get that email from Learn Test Pass. Say, yes, I got it, or yes, something like that, so I can be sure that everybody got it that's supposed to. And walk through that email, read through it tonight after class, do the practice exam from it. It's only, again, 5 questions or so, just to get you through the process, get you familiar with the procedure of logging in, doing the scan of your face, of your voice. You got to talk so they can hear you, because they record all of it. That's how they're doing this thing to make sure people aren't cheating. They're recording your face, and your voice is very loud when you watch the replay. I could log in and watch the replay, and I had to do that once because they thought somebody might have been cheating, so they wanted my opinion. Turns out they weren't, thank goodness, but there was some extra noise, rustling of papers, something like that, that kind of, the robot, I call it, flagged that video. And so they have an actual human that follows up over the next day or two and make sure she looks through at everybody's recordings. So it shows your face taking the test and the screen capture of what you're looking at while you're taking the test, one question at a time. So it's very thorough. And they are serious. Wow. I think I've taken all of them at this point. Obviously I don't have that same pressure as you do for the whole scanning thing, because I can't cheat, because I'm not doing it for cheating. But that is what it is. So just get familiar with it tonight, that email, so that you're okay tomorrow. I set it up for all day long tomorrow. Like, you will not see me tomorrow. You'll click on your joining link, do your thing, and you'll be the only one in that space, right? And I gave you, I believe, from 7 until 10, if I'm not mistaken. 7 a.m., or maybe it was 6 a.m. Let me double check. Until 10 p.m. So anytime throughout the day that you want to start this exam, you don't get to go off and on. You don't get to do like 10 minutes at a time throughout the day. Once you start it, you got to go all the way through it. But I figured some of you might even take the day off. I've had some students that chose to take the day off on the day of the exam if they were able to. I know not everyone is able to do such a thing. But it's ready and it's available for you. I didn't just give you the same time that we have every night, that we've had every night. Don't wait too late. Don't wait until like 8:30 or 9 to start it, though, because at 10, you're done whether you're done or not. They shut you down. So at least start, I would say, by the normal 5:30, maybe 6 at the latest, just to give yourself the maximum time to work through it. Any other questions? If you didn't already, tell me whether you got that email to be able to log in tomorrow to take your test. Let me see. So here we go. Don't look at my account of inbox. It's going to freak out the OCD of you guys. My inbox is it's probably 15 years of a file cabinet. It is not a zero inbox. So here's what you should have gotten. It gives you the testing site, gives you the username. It's going to be your email address that you received this from, the password that you'll need to use, and gives you rules. You've got to take them very seriously. They have you on video, they have you on audio. Oh, the first question on the exam, as they have highlighted here, is the thing that has you verify your environment, show that you're complying. And the last question of the exam says, basically, I did what I was supposed to do. So make sure you answer those two, the very first one, the very last one, as well as all the content ones in between. There's a timer. Don't forget there is also a skip question and come back to it later option. So if you're just, don't agonize for 10 minutes over any one question. If it's going a couple of minutes, especially the big one that says, what does the buyer need to bring? What does the seller need to, what will the seller get? We'll do one of those tonight. Don't burn minutes up on that thing. Save that one till the end. It's probably positioned toward the end anyway. But anything that you're struggling with more than a couple of minutes, just go later. Keep going. Come back to it, because it might be that another question, the way it's worded, or another answer choice might stimulate some memory. I've had that happen to myself before. Then I went back to the one I skipped, and I was able to remember the answer. As far as test taking tips, you can probably weed out at least one, if not two, of the answer choices. So you can most of the time get down to a 50-50 chance, one or the other option. So just, again, take your time, take a deep breath, read through the question, see what that actual last sentence is asking you for. Acknowledge if it is it an accept, all of the following are such and such, accept, or is it one of the following is the thing. Acknowledge which thing they're looking for. Are they looking for the thing that applies to agency, or the thing that does not apply to agency, right? And then watch out for those buzzwords like these things we talked about last time, and they're in Notion, so you can look them up. I never can zoom in like I like to, but these little different words that make a big difference in what the answer is. Provisional broker versus broker. If you see the word broker by itself, it means non-provisional or full broker, but they like to only use the word broker for that. I would probably say provisional versus non-provisional if I were the one writing the test, but shoot me your email, Kevin. Tell me your best email, and I'll make sure you get that. Okay, yeah, that was not the one I gave them. There we go. Other questions? What else? Yes, they will tell you what your grade is in the moment once you're done. I think, let me double check. I believe so. I know they do for post, and I'm almost positive they do for pre. If not, it'll at least be no later than the next day, but I'm pretty sure you find out immediately. Once you pass it, the next step of passing it is congratulations, right? Secondly, we will report that you passed it to the Real Estate Commission. Give us time to do that, just a day or so. Then you can apply to the Real Estate Commission for the next step. You'll have to, it's all in the Relink book as to what those procedures are. Let's go over that. That is right here. And that Relink book link is in Notion as well for this PDF. And so this whole Relink book is all about the PSI. So gives you the way the test questions tend to look, the application process. So you'll pay $100 to the Real Estate Commission and then another $56 to PSI for the test. So you'll apply, here we go. You'll apply using this procedure outlined here, page 7 in the Relink book. And then once the Real Estate Commission gives you the go-ahead, you can schedule it with PSI. And you have to go there now. Can't take it online with PSI anymore. You're going to have to go there in person. There's testing centers for PSI all over the state. And if you have not yet applied for your background check, here's where you do that. Here's the information on it. There it is. There's the website to use. It's not just any old background search. It's got to be this one. That's going to delay things a little bit if you haven't done it yet. That could have been done around middle of our semester. And it's going to depend on, as far as how much it costs and how long it takes to get the results, depends on you. Depends on how many names you've had and how many places you've lived. When you get the results of this background search, the Real Estate Commission does too. Did you get that, Kevin, by the way? Check that email. And they're just going to hold on to it. They're not even going to look at it until they get word that you've passed the PSI exam, at which point then they'll look at your search, then they'll do a character review and then decide to give you the license. Pretty sure, Kevin, try that tonight after class, but it might be that they need to flip a switch, and I will leave her an email for first thing in the morning so that they can do that if they need to do that for you to access the test. So I'll make sure they get that first thing in the morning, just in case. So here's the background search information. I've heard it costing like $20 and I've heard it costing like $150. So it just depends on, maybe 90. It just depends on the person. We're live streaming now, guys. So if you missed anything and you don't want to ask again, feel free to ask again. But if you don't, it's all on YouTube as we speak. What else? Let's see. Don't forget the class exam, I think is pretty similar as far as technique and strategy and what you're going to see on PSI. Don't forget the chart of how many questions come from which topics. We've talked about that several times. Might be useful when now that you have limited time left to study. On the PSI, you have 80 on the national, 40 on the state. I think you might have a little less than that in the class version, but it's going to be pretty similar breakdown. And the passing score, again, for the class one is 75. Okay, once you get approval from the Real Estate Commission after you've passed this course, once you get approval from them, you can schedule with the PSI folks via online or phone. And all of it, again, is spelled out in the Relink book. Let's see. Let me just make sure I hit all the highlights here. Yep, that's it. And that Relink book looks like this. And I'll add it to the chat here. Just why not? Just for fun, because technology. There you go. For your convenience. Questions, more questions. Please do. Everybody else is asking, thinking the same thing. They're just not asking. So go ahead. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, no, it's predefined questions. They swap them in and out, but it's not like an AI sort of this person's smart, let's keep challenging them more. I didn't even know that was a thing, if that's what you're talking about, but that's not the thing here. Remember on the PSI, at least, definitely not for the class, but on the PSI, they actually filter in 5 or 10 test questions, like questions that they're testing to check and see how good they are for ending up on the test someday. But they never count those against your grade or your time. But you'll never know which ones unless you're just suspicious of something maybe. But that's about it. Nothing that sounds terrifying. What a horrible thing to do to somebody. Oh, wow. I haven't taken the GMAT, so, but no. Wow. Interesting. Right. You're welcome. Hope that's a good answer. Sounds like it. Yikes. Okay. Keep on, as you're thinking of more questions, feel free. Speak out or put it in the chat. I'll keep the chat private for now. And let's hit some highlights. Also, let me know some math that you're particularly concerned about, and we'll make sure to cover that too. I've got a few things in the plan, but I want to make sure we address whatever you want to address. And let's start by making sure you get the easy ones, guys. No sense in missing points that you shouldn't miss. So make sure you recap the low-hanging fruit, the stuff that should be pretty quick and easy points. And those look like this. Just the easy stuff, like how many broker licenses are there? How many different kinds of broker licenses are there? In the chat. Let's keep it moving in the chat. So give me your participation. It's going to go a long way toward tonight being effective for you. How many broker licenses are there? How many different kinds, I should say? They like to say it this way. They like to say there's one broker license. There's one kind of broker license. It's just a broker license. I'm selling my property. Real story, true story. And I'm selling it commercial. So there's a couple of brokers who are commercial real estate brokers. I'm a residential guy. I've never really done much commercial. They've done nothing but commercial. But we have the same license. They have one, I have one. I could do commercial if I chose to. They could do residential if they chose to with the actual license that we all have, they and me. The thing is, I better make sure I have some guidance to do that commercial real estate, right? The commission says you can go do it, but don't just freewheel it. Make sure you got some good instruction along the way. But the license covers it all. The one broker, so the answer is one. How many broker licenses are there? Just one. How many categories? Well, that's where this comes in. There's the provisional broker license. It's still a broker license because the provisional means it's temporary. It's only going to last for 18 months before you go inactive. If you've already activated your provisional broker license, it will only stay active for 18 months from your original date. From your original licensure date. Let's say you get this PSI passed, you get your provisional, follow me here, your provisional inactive license. Your license will be provisional broker on inactive status. Where am I looking? Oh, there we go. And so you pass the PSI. Congratulations. Passed. Next step, Real Estate Commission gives you a provisional broker's license that is inactive. Next step, if you choose to, well, first of all, at this point, now that you've got this provisional broker license that's inactive status, that 18 months starts ticking. 18 months for what? How much time? What do you have 18 months to accomplish once you get your provisional inactive broker license? Whether you affiliate with the firm right away or not, this 18 months is starting. So you could be inactive the whole time, all those entire 18 months, and you're going to have to take 3 post-licensing classes. Thank you very much in the chat. Good job. You're going to have to take those regardless of whether you activate or not. Now, once you activate, so that's happening. So if you choose to activate, when you choose to activate, that means you're affiliating with a firm. Your license goes active when you affiliate with the firm. Now you can be doing real estate. You can do almost everything I can do. The only thing you can't do is property management and collect money for BPOs. That's pretty much it. Those are the only 2 things that are not allowed for you as a provisional broker. You can make a lot of money without doing those things. I might have done 3 BPOs in 27 years. So I've done fine Definitely not done property management, never been tempted to. It's not my strength. But now I'm kind of considering it because it would be steady income, right? Every month I'd be managing and collecting a percentage of rents collected. But the minute I'm going to have to go do an eviction, I'd probably regret the choice. So provisional broker, you just keep on doing all this stuff. Let's see, what else? So now let's say that you've chosen to affiliate, you're a PB. You could do your thing, and those 3 post classes, eventually they get done within the 18 months. Now once the post classes are done, your only remaining education requirement that you have to do forever and ever while you're in the business and want to remain active is CE. How many CE classes do you have to take every year? How many hours of CE? Let's ask it that way. 8 total hours. You got it. In the form of 2 4-hour classes. What's one of those 4-hour classes called? Some sort of update. That's right. It could be a gen up. It could be a BIC up. It could be a general update, which every broker has to take unless they are broker in charge or BIC eligible, in which case their update would be called a BIC up. And then the other the other class is an elective of your choice. And that's every year, except there's one little asterisk, one little nuance about CE for you as a brand newly licensed broker. You get to skip your first June 10th deadline for CE. So if all this goes perfectly first time through for you guys this month, what do we, March? Let's say you take the PSI April and get your license. You don't have to take CE by this June 10th of 2023. Why would you? It's to get you updated on the license law and rules, and you already know all of them because you just spent 80 hours learning them with me, right? So you get to skip your first June 10th. If you don't activate your license until next year, like say July 1st or sometime after July 1st, then the June 10th you get to skip is of 2024 of having to take CE. So you could go almost 2 full years without having to take CE if you wait till July to activate. The CE is triggered when you activate. You don't have to take CE if you're inactive. You do still have to take post even if you're inactive. Okay, so let's see. That's the CE. And then after that, what you might choose to do, optional, is once you have the right experience, you could choose to become BIC or BIC eligible. Later, how much experience do you need to be a broker in charge or to be BIC eligible? These are the easy points, guys. You got it. 2 full-time years or 4 part-time years. And then what else is required to become BIC or BIC eligible? You decide you want to be a BIC or you want to become eligible to be a BIC so that you're ready at any given time, the 12-hour course. Perfect. That's the other one. And then there's a little timing issue about the course. So let's look at that. What's the timing required about the 12-hour course? Here's how it could look. If you declare yourself BIC or BIC eligible, if you do that first, then you have 1 year to take the 12-hour course. But if you take the 12-hour course first, wait, sorry, that was wrong. Hope you caught that. What you have is 120 days here. If you declare yourself first, you have 120 days because now you are acting like a BIC. So therefore, let's hurry up and learn how to be a BIC. So declaring yourself first gives you have to get that course done within 120 days. If you go ahead and take the course first, then you have 1 year to declare yourself BIC or BIC eligible. So it's either this or this. When are you declaring yourself compared to taking the course? Taking the course first gives you a whole year. It's cheap. It's like $110, I think. Why would you maybe want to become BIC eligible? Maybe you never ever become a BIC, actually a BIC, but you want to just have that BIC eligibility in your back pocket. BIC eligible is good just in case. That's why you would do it. Just in case what? Just in case your BIC goes inactive and you need to fill in for them until they get their affairs in order. Or you decide to start your own company, start your own firm. Then you might want to name yourself BIC. Maybe it'd be nice that you don't have to fit that course in at that time because you already did it, because you were already BIC eligible. So that's just something for down the road, but they do test you on that. They could test you on that. So get those points, get those easy ones. So we've got one broker license, provisional, full, or non-provisional, and then also BIC or BIC eligible. Those are just the three categories. But when they ask you how many types of broker licenses are there, there's not one that you get for commercial. There's not another that you get for property management, and still another for residential. Just the one. That provisional is all about temporary. And those are our classes. Within 18 months, 3 post-licensing classes. They're called 301, 302, and 303. You can take them in any order. They're just a deep dive, extra close look at stuff you're learning here. Agency is 301. It's all about agency and a couple other little things. 302 is contracts and closings. There's more math in 302. 303 is sort of a mixture of a little bit of commercial, a little bit of property management, case studies, just sort of extra stuff they couldn't fit into those other 2 courses. But again, any order. And then if you don't get those done within the 18 months, your license goes inactive. As a provisional, you got some limitations. You can do things in any of those categories except property management, but you could be a commercial broker, brand new, never sold a house for somebody to live in, but you could just jump right into commercial instead of residential. Just make sure you join a firm that's going to train you in that. You couldn't join a residential firm that doesn't have any commercial experience or have a BIC. You could not have a broker in charge with no commercial experience if you want to do commercial. Real Estate Commission has a problem with that. They don't want that. Let's see. Got to be supervised. That BIC is accountable for you. If you get in trouble, they are going to be asked a lot of questions. Well, how did you let this happen to her? You should have held their hand more. And it's a temporary status. That non-provisional status means you've finished all your posts. You can now be more independent from your BIC. You are individually accountable. If you get the letter of inquiry from the Real Estate Commission, your BIC's going to feel bad for you, but they don't have to go to Raleigh with you and appear before the 9 commission members. And you will probably need to have a broker in charge to do business. There's an exception for that. The one time when a sole proprietor, which is what you'll be from the beginning, a sole proprietor just means you're not an entity. An entity means you've set up a business entity, a business version of a human in whose name you're going to operate. So an entity means, if you've ever seen the terms LLC, LLP, subchapter S, or C corporation, those are types of entities. So unless you set up that through the Secretary of State of North Carolina website or have an attorney do it for you, then what you are is a sole proprietor. That's just your classification as per the IRS guidelines. And so as a sole proprietor, you're still going to need a broker in charge you're still going to need a broker in charge if the following three things apply. Need a BIC. Any ideas? Tell me in the chat. When do you need a BIC? In what cases do you need a broker in charge? 3 of them. Need a broker in charge if you maintain a trust account. Need a broker in charge if you have affiliate brokers underneath you. And this is the big one that kills it for most people. You got to have a BIC if you do what? Any guesses? Promote or advertise your services. What does this promotion and advertising look like? Good job. Good job in the chat. It could be as simple as a business card. That's promotion. So the minute you print a business, you're planning just to sit at home and not have a broker in charge, but you made a business card, therefore you were considered to have promoted, therefore now you need a BIC. Now, what you could do to get that BIC is join a firm, right? And have that the BIC of that firm is your BIC, right? That's the way probably most agents have a BIC. It's because they belong to a firm, ABC Realty, Keller Williams, Remax, Coldwell Banker, name them, any of them. You join them, the BIC of that firm is your BIC. Or, so you could just join a firm and be a broker within that firm, and that BIC is your BIC. Or you could start your own, in which case you would have to name a BIC, and you'd probably name yourself in the beginning, like I did. So in April of 2018, I started my own firm, and therefore I named myself broker in charge. But this is something that's testable. You still need a BIC if you're doing any of these things, and that's basically about the only situation where you don't need a BIC, where these things apply, and you could still make money in real estate. About the only situation where that can work is about this one, and that would be you're sitting at home, not promoting, not advertising, but somebody somehow knows that you're in the business, and they reach out to you proactively. They say, "Hey, Talon, I know you have your license. Could you refer somebody to me in Greensboro?" And so you make a phone call and you hook them up, and then you make a referral fee a few months later. So that's just about the only way to make money without having a BIC, because the minute you started promoting, you might think, well, gosh, this referral business is pretty cool. Let me tell people that I can refer them. Well, the minute you do that, you've promoted. And so this doesn't apply anymore. Okay, what's next? We know the broker in charge. We just went over it. So obviously it supervises provisional brokers, but it also, brokers in charge are over all brokers in the firm, right? Every broker in the firm is overseen by this BIC to various degrees. The full brokers, not as much on the hand holding, not as much on the transactions. A BIC isn't really going to know every single transaction you're involved with when you're a full broker for non-provisional. If you have a problem, you're certainly going to go to them, but they're just letting you do your thing. But what they are going to do is tell you, hey, here's our office policy on running ads. Make sure you do it right. Don't break laws about running your ads, and check with me. They might have different policies. Some policy might be don't run any ad, any Instagram, any Facebook, any print ad, any bus bench, any billboard without getting approval. We want to make sure you do it right. And then also supervisory duties would be things like making sure your license stays current. What does it mean for a license to be current? Does that mean you did education, or does that mean you paid money? Paid the renewal fee. Which thing do you do to make that license stay current? The money. You got it. The money. Current means you are paid up. Expired means you didn't pay. You didn't pay by when? What makes your license expire? If you don't pay the $45, by what date? Got to pay the $45 by the very last possible minute, which is June 30th. These are easy points, guys. Know these dates, and people get them wrong in CE all the time too, by the way. Don't feel bad. Just get it. And the logic might help you remember it. The start of the license year is July 1st. Every year, right? Start of the real estate license year. And so when you have any start of a new period of time, whether it's paying your rent or paying your light bill, right? When's your light bill due? The 10th, 15th? Well, if it's the 15th, you can pay it on the 14th. Up till what, midnight? Same thing. Since the license year for real estate starts July 1st, you can pay that June 30th. But the CE deadline is different because the Real Estate Commission wants to give themselves about a 20-day buffer of time to get reset, get ready. Because here's the thing, that continuing ed update course is different every year. It changes every year. They rewrite a new one, and we who teach it have to get retrained every year. In fact, I think it's April 6th this year. There's all kinds of dates for all of the instructors, but I'm doing it, I think, the very first one. I'll sit through an 8-hour course to learn how to teach you CE in a 4-hour course. And I'm like, don't you think you should make it a little shorter? They always give us way more information than we can fit in the 4 hours, but that's what's going on. A new CE a new general update or big update course every year. And so June 10th is the deadline for the CE. If you were to forget to do your CE by June 10th, does your license become inactive on June 11th? Forget to do your CE on June 10th, does your license become inactive on June 11th? If you forget to do that CE by June 10th, remember when the start of the license year is. Start of the new license year is July 1st. That's when your license would go inactive. You're still active on June 11th, all the way through the 30th. So how could that happen? Well, you could just forget to take your update. You could also, your update is the only class left out of all the classes you have to take. That means all 3 post classes, the pre-class, and the various elective classes that you could take for CE, 5 of those, plus however many different electives there are, can be self-directed if you want to. You don't have to have some guy like me preaching at you every week. You could take a pre-self-directed. It's going to take more work probably because it's you're just hit and play and reading things. But that's probably an extreme, 75, 80-hour course, but the posts could be self-directed and the elective. There's a lot of electives offered that you can just hit play at 3 a.m. and get it finished with it by yourself. No involvement with a teacher like me. The only one left that is not allowed to be self-directed is the update course in your CE. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. So here's how that could happen that you forget your CE. Maybe you take the update with me a week or a month or 6 months ahead of time and you're good, but you forget to take your elective. And so maybe you sign up for a self-directed one, but you forget to take it by June 10th. Or you start at June 10th at 11:30 p.m. and you can't finish it by midnight on June 10th, that'd probably be worse than anything because you're so close. And a lot of people that has happened to. So some way or other, you didn't finish by June 10th. You're still active June 11th through 30th. So you can still do all the things you do in real estate because you still have a license. But what you do know in that situation is that on July 1st, it all changes. You will be inactive. So you need to make some arrangements. Make sure you let your BIC know, I messed up. There's going to be an amount of time I'm inactive in July. Maybe you've scheduled to take a makeup course, the courses you need to get activated again, but there's going to be probably a few days at least that you'll be inactive. So your business, you can't do anything. Another testable question they like to ask is, what's the first step once your license goes inactive? What's the first thing you do? And it's kind of a dumb question because the question should say, what's the first thing you don't do once you go inactive? The thing you don't do is, real estate. Stop doing real estate, step one, because you're no longer authorized. Second step, if you want to get back in it, go take what you got to take to get back in it. And then another thing they like to test is once you have taken the makeup requirements, whatever they are, depending on how long you remained inactive, because the longer you're inactive, the more stuff you have to take to get reinstated. Just because you take the courses doesn't mean the Real Estate Commission knows that you're ready and willing to go active again. They say you still need to tell us. So you've taken the courses, we get notified that you took the courses, but we're not going to reactivate you automatically. You would have to submit an online form and say, okay, I did what I was supposed to do, go verify it, and then yes, please reactivate me. So you do have to tell them what your intentions are. Oh, the ads, back to that, the things that even full brokers are subject to the broker in charge about. Broker in charge makes sure we run ads right. What are a couple of ways that we could run ads wrong? What are some bad, illegal, unallowed ad problems when you run an ad? Yeah. Don't tell the world that you're a broker. Now, you'd probably get a lot more results if you didn't, but it's not allowed. So that would be called a blind ad, running an ad that says, call Libby to get more information on ABC Street, 555-5555. But Libby is actually the listing agent. She's not the owner. She'd get a lot more calls that way, but that would be a blind ad. That's not allowed. And then what's another one? What's another type of violation that we see in advertising a lot? I'll give you an example and you tell me what it means. Oh, that's a good one. I didn't think about that. Talon said trigger terms. That's a great idea. Wow. Now I'll say 3 from now on. Yeah, going back to the finance chapter, if you advertise that a house could be purchased, you could have this house for $930 a month. And if that's the only thing in your ad, then that's not allowed. You would have to also tell them how that $930 is possible. It's possible with this much down payment. It's going to be this many payments overall at this interest rate. Got to put in the fine print. So if the question is, can you advertise with a trigger term? The answer is yes. But what is required if you choose to advertise with a trigger term? All of the things associated with that trigger term, right? There it is. Thank you, Libby. I was waiting for that one. Any sort of fair housing violation, some sort of protected class. Yeah. In other words, talking about the people that might want to buy it instead of the property's benefits it themselves. That's the good rule of thumb that'll keep you out of trouble. Let's just don't tell and talk about and advertise who might want to live there. Just say, here's what this house property has to offer. A block from the Jewish Community Center. No. That's going to give people maybe the mistaken impression that therefore don't call me if you're not Jewish for this listing. I only want to take Jewish buyers. You don't want to be accused or look like you're trying to favor any group or disfavor any group probably is more accurate because I think more people probably get guilty of that sort of thing. which leads us to a couple of other fair housing related no-nos. And what is it called when a person violating fair housing laws tries to intimidate a seller and pressure them into selling because someone from such and such protected class is moving in and you want to get out before the values go down? What is the name of that disgusting practice? There it is. And if you think about the word block, like Jenny from the block, right? The block, the neighborhood block, you can kind of remember that term, block busting. You're busting up the block. So that's exactly right. Thank you. And then what about when it's a broker helping a buyer and they're trying to intimidate a buyer or maybe point them to a certain area of town, certain neighborhood, or away from a certain neighborhood, again, based on their protected class. And I remember that one called steering. Thank you, Dawn. Because when you're driving a buyer around, showing them property, you're steering them toward or away from something based on what you think they might like because of their protected class rather than asking them what they might like. And by the way, this steering thing could be on autopilot. What do I mean by that? The client might try to steer themselves. I've literally had some clients say, I want to be in the part of town or the neighborhood that has more of me in it, more people like me. And while I don't think that of that as malicious, nearly like the same level as somebody saying, I don't want to live around those types of people, I don't see those as kind of the same in terms of intent. They're the same in terms of breaking the law. So we can't give them advice, even if we want to help them be around whatever they want to be around. You have to say the same type of thing in response and say, I'm sorry, I can't give you that sort of advice. That would be a violation of fair housing laws. Now, if you want to tell me specific neighborhoods you want to buy in, yes, I can do searches for certain neighborhoods. Whatever the reason you want to be in those neighborhoods, okay, we can do a search for this neighborhood, that neighborhood. But I can't say this is where you will be comfortable because that's where more people who look like you live. Absolutely not. And guys, I've heard coaches across the country on videos on YouTube literally saying and giving that advice. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a matter of time before somebody catches up with them and turns them in. It's amazing what people are, how uneducated and how not up to speed on this stuff that the brokers get after a few years in the business. So stay crisp, stay sharp on this stuff once you're in it. And then finally, a lender related fair housing violation buzzword. In the same slide, I think when we covered it as block busting and steering, what about a mortgage company or a lender refusing to make a loan on a certain house because it's in a certain part of town that they deem probably less value because of the people, not because of just the real estate behavior? There it is. Thank you. Redlining. The idea of putting a map on the wall, drawing a red outline around where we don't want to make loans. So those are just some highlights from fair housing. Don't forget, as far as that goes, the exemptions. Who is exempt from fair housing? Well, there's some federal exemptions from the federal fair housing laws, and there's some state ones, exemptions from the state fair housing laws. And which one is it? You tell me in the chat. Is it federal exemption or state exemption when somebody is selling their own house and therefore they can violate fair housing? They can choose not to sell to someone of a particular religion, for instance, because they're selling their own house. Is that a federal exemption or a state exemption? State of North Carolina, or is that federal? They can choose not to sell to a insert religion here. That's actually a federal exemption. Federal exemption. According to federal fair housing laws, you are legally allowed to make that choice. But according to North Carolina fair housing laws, you are not. That would be a violation. You better choose not to sell to someone or not to lease for a reason other than a fair housing category if you're in North Carolina. So any Any for sale by owner, for lease by owner in North Carolina, not allowed to do so. I'm sure there are some states that mirror the federal exemptions, and therefore you are allowed to do so on the state level. But this is one of those many cases where we've run across which one do you have to follow? It's always these. The answer is the same, whether it's a zoning law or a fair housing law or a restrictive covenant law or a building code, state versus local. Doesn't matter if it's state or federal or local. You follow the strictest one. You're required to follow the strictest law, strictest rule that applies to that property. Let's see another exemption. Now let's shift over to a multifamily, like a duplex, 2 units under one roof, or a triplex or a fourplex. And if it's a triplex, and you tell me federal or state exemption, triplex, if it's the owner who lives in one of the units, can they choose to discriminate against whoever they allow to rent the other units based on protected classes? Is that a federal or a state exemption? Or both? That one is different. In the first one, we're proud of North Carolina. Good job, North Carolina. State fair housing law for not allowing for sale by owner, for lease by owner to discriminate based on protected classes. But on this one, they're kind of right in there in the same level with the federal. And so the answer is both. In both North Carolina state and federal, someone who lives in a multifamily is allowed to discriminate against who they rent to in the other units if the owner lives there. That's the federal one, though. Federal one. Owner only. The state of North Carolina says whether it's the owner who lives in one of the units or a relative of the owner, they can discriminate on who lives in the other units. That's the exemptions there, federal versus state. There's 2 more on the federal level. One of them is a private club. The other is a religious-based institution. And so they can choose that only their particular class is allowed to be a member. Whether it's the private club or the religious-based, only those of our class, protected class, can be a member here. What they can't do is use that exemption to discriminate against the other classes, right? The other categories. So like a religious one, Baptist only. Yeah, okay. But they can't use that as a way to say, also no disabled people. There's no exemption for that. It's just the exemption is related to religion. On the state level, the last exemption is same sex. So you can still in North Carolina have same sex dormitories. All boys, all girls, whatever the case may be. I'm sure we'll see some modification and some nuances to that here in the foreseeable future. But that's the way it stands now. Okay, we're kind of freewheeling it. We saw another type of broker license. Now this is a different type of broker license. This one. We just said how there's one type of broker license, just the one broker license in different categories, broker in charge or eligible, non-provisional and provisional. But this one's a different animal. And if I showed you the breakdown from the bulletin that we get from the Real Estate Commission, we would learn there's right now about 279 of these limited non-resident commercial broker licenses across the state. And what does this mean? Well, can you be an active broker from Virginia and come here to North Carolina and help people buy houses they want to live in? If you get this special kind of license, what's wrong with that situation? Why can't you do that? You can't come here as a limited non-resident type of broker and do residential real estate? Why not? Yeah, because it's in the name, dummy. I'm saying I'm the dummy as the pretend bystander here. Yeah, it's only for commercial, limited non-resident commercial broker. Out-of-state licensee coming here to do commercial real estate in North Carolina doesn't have to have a North Carolina license as long as they have a cooperation agreement with a North Carolina broker who gets to look over them, make sure they do the right thing, follow our North Carolina real estate laws. Now, here's another nuance I've seen on practice exams. It says, who do they need to have a brokerage cooperation agreement with? A North Carolina broker. That doesn't mean broker in charge. Don't fall for that. Don't pick broker in charge if that's an answer choice. They just have to have a brokerage cooperation agreement with a broker. So a broker in charge is the one who's over the office, but they might have 100 brokers in the office. An out-of-state licensee doing commercial in North Carolina could get a brokerage cooperation agreement with any of those 100 brokers within that firm, right? They should do commercial so that they can supervise them properly. But that's it. That's how this works. And they would be an actively licensed out-of-state, not North Carolina. They also can't actually have a residence here. They don't live here, because if they lived here, they'd have to have a North Carolina license. This is a unique feature just for out-of-state people, non-residents. Again, it's in the name. It's for limited transactions, it's for non-residents, and it's for commercial only. When we come back from break, we'll talk about firm licenses, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Man, I miss this thing. Okay, welcome back. The firm license. There are, let me think, there's 84,000 active human licenses, both provisional and non-provisional. And there's about 16,000 firm licenses. And that means a human has also created a firm. And so like for me, I've got one human license and a different firm license. So I pay 2 sets of $45 to renew each of those different ones. That's how that works. So it's a separate license if you choose to operate in the name of an entity. Why would you use an entity instead of, why do I want to get paid as Impact Carolinas Realty, my firm, LLC, instead of Neil Pinder? Because then if somebody sues me through real estate, they're not coming after Neil's stuff. They're coming after Impact Carolina's stuff. And it is broker than I am. It has less stuff than I do, right? I have more things in my own name than I do Impact's name. And so liability protection and also tax advantages, deductions, available deductions. So it's a tax vehicle to set up an entity. But just like anytime you do real estate in the name of something, whether your own name or your entity's name, you need a license. And that's why this firm license thing exists. Any of these various things that we do in real estate activity, referrals even. If you wanted to only ever get referral fees, refer consumers to other agents and make money doing that in the name of an entity, you would need to create the entity, of course. Auctions, leases, rents, helping people buy, helping people sell. There are certain activities in this business that you absolutely have to have a license to do. And then there's also some exemptions, and they like to test you on this too. What sorts of things do you need to have a license in order to do? I know doing real estate for others for money, but what are those real estate things we talk about? Show property, sort of. Yeah, for the most part. How about let's be a little more specific and dial it in. Show property for sale. Because we could also show property for rent. And you could actually be a W-2 unlicensed employee for a property manager, and you're allowed to show property that's rental. But we can't show property for sale unless we have a license. So listings, buying, leasing, auctions, all of these things are the activities in real estate that require the license. And so then what doesn't? You can be a courier. Don't need a license to do that. So let's apply it to like real world. At some point, you're going to be busy enough that you should have to pick some certain things that you don't do anymore. And you should hire those things out, delegate them to someone else. And it's probably going to be cheaper for you to hire an unlicensed person in the beginning if you choose to. So what is it that those unlicensed people can do for you? That's what this list is. They can, at your direction, enter the listings you just got into the MLS. You might hand them off a worksheet and you filled out all the information, the square footage, the bedrooms, the year built, the features, the things to brag about, all that good stuff. And you don't want to probably take a good 30, 40 minutes to put something in the MLS. And then when you then also download like 45 pictures in there, which is about what you can do in there now, that could be an hour of your time. And how much is your hour worth? Could you make more money showing a new buyer, more property in an hour? Sure. Because when you do the math, typical hours spent, typical commission earned, I mean, we're talking $100 to $200 an hour is what you're worth as a broker. So should you ultimately, if you have a choice, be doing $20 an hour, $10 an hour work? That's the idea here. So hand that thing off. Let someone else spend an hour on the MLS entry of your new listing. But if you do delegate it, you are still responsible. The real estate commission is going to blame you if they put the wrong thing in there. Your unlicensed person puts the wrong square footage. They swap the numbers, 2350 instead of 2530. So that's the other big thing. You are still responsible, but you can let someone who is unlicensed do this stuff. put on boxes, put signs in the yard. In fact, they can talk on the phone and answer questions about your listings for sale, as long as all they're saying are what they can read off of the page. But the minute someone says, oh, 230, would they take 220? Then your unlicensed assistant should be trained to say, I'm sorry, I'm unlicensed assistant. Let me let you talk to the broker. I can't talk about negotiating types of things. That's the big word. That's the big limiting factor about this unlicensed thing is they still can't negotiate. That requires the license. They can schedule appointments. This one's an important nuance. They can prepare pre-printed forms for licensees. So I like to think of it like you show 10 properties, your buyer gets excited and you want to hurry up and get it in before dinner. So you say, let's go back to the office, or let's go back to the office and we'll write up this offer. And on the way, you call your unlicensed assistant and say, hey, here, go ahead and put an offer together and I'll get it from you when we get back to the office. And I want it to be for this much money and for this type of house, this address, blah, blah, blah. That fourth one we looked at on Marigold Street, and write it up with these terms. Then when the broker, get there, you're going to look at this thing that they have done. They have prepared a pre-printed, in this case, offer to purchase for you. They prepared it for you, the licensee. And now you're going to take it and present it to your client for signatures, because this would be in the case of like a sale or an offer for purchase. What they can do for property managers as unlicensed assistants is a little more extensive. When you're an unlicensed property manager assistant getting paid a W-2 salary instead of a 1099 independent contractor type of commission, then you can do these things that are a little bit more than if you were helping somebody on a sale. You can show rental property. You can't show for sale property, but you can show rental if you're unlicensed. And you can actually execute, not just fill in the blanks. Execute means sign it on behalf of your boss. So when it comes to a lease, an unlicensed person can execute pre-printed leases for an employer. They can sign for their employer because they are a W-2 salaried employee. So know those little nuances. Again, more easy points. Some exemptions from the license. Another way to say this is you can do real estate without a license in the following ways. So the test would probably have some sort of a narration, some sort of a paragraph of a situation like we've seen on those practice exams. And if it's a business entity, we've been talking about entities in terms of like a real estate firm, but you could have an entity in any business, right? And if that business wants to buy something, which is the case with my property here, I couldn't even make sense of the name of the LLC of my buyer for my home, my property here. Got the contract today because it looks like basically A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I mean, it's just a bunch of unrelated letters that I'm sure stands for something to them, but the reasons a business forms an entity partly is also for confidentiality. Like Michael Jordan buying a house. I bet if we did a tax record search, we could not find any houses owned by Michael Jordan. I bet he owns some sort of LLC that we would never guess is his LLC. And that's what he owns his property through, because he doesn't want people to know where he lives or what other investment property he might own. So that's just another strategy that people use as a reason for forming these entities is confidentiality. So if that Michael Jordan entity, maybe he's got a business that's set up as an entity and that business wants to buy a home base, a property to work from, it can do so. And the officers of that entity, right, the ones who run the LLC or the corporation, they can do real estate without a license because they're doing it on behalf of the entity. You with me? The business formed entity. So that's an exemption. Also, these types of things, if the court says you can do real estate for another person on their behalf as if you were them, then you don't need a license to do so because it was court ordered. You could be, of course, attorneys, an attorney at law. That's the business they're in, is representing you for whatever you might need them to do. So if in the course of them doing your legal work, they need to do some real estate for you, it's like they're stepping into your shoes doing real estate as if they were you. And so therefore, attorneys doing their legal work are allowed to do such legal work and any real estate that might come as a part of that without a license. And then the other one, POA, means not attorney at law, but anybody that you choose to give power of attorney to. Power of attorney for you. You're naming your best friend because you trust her to be your power of attorney, to sign a contract on your behalf. And so that's how she doesn't have a license, but it's as if she were you. You're giving her that authority. And you don't have to have a license to do your own real estate. So she wouldn't have to have a license to do your real estate if you made her your power of attorney for your affairs. And in the real world, when you're giving someone power of attorney, it's usually a limited power of attorney. It specifically says this is for this situation only. You don't have universal authority to make every choice. You can't tell me what to buy at the grocery store. You can't tell me where to put all my dollars and cents in investments. You can help me with this one real estate transaction, a limited power of attorney. It's kind of how that usually shakes out. Property manager, W-2 employees, we know that already. Housing authority employees, people who work for a government housing authority, can do real estate activities in the name of the housing authority because that's for whom they're working. Sort of like the property manager, unlicensed assistant deal. And of course, to sell your own or to lease your own, you can do that with no license. Who's on that real estate commission? You probably know this. How many people on the board of real estate commissioners? Total of, there it is, 9. A frequently wrong answer to that is 7 because the number 7 is how many the governor has authority to appoint. The governor, the current sitting governor, has to appoint 7 of them. The Senate of North Carolina, Senate Pro Tem, can appoint 1. The House of North Carolina can appoint the other. And appoint, is that the same as vote? Is anybody voting in these commission members? No. Voting is not how they become a commissioner. They are appointed by those various people in those positions. And it will never be a full deck of brand new commissioners. It's going to be rotating. And when someone's 3 years is up because they serve 3-year terms, they're gone and someone else gets appointed. They'll look and say, okay, was this the person appointed by the Senate? Then we need a new one. Need to let the Senate appoint a new one because that body of 9 has to be composed of 7 appointed by a governor and 1 appointed by a North Carolina Senate Pro Tem and the other by the House. So that's kind of how that shakes out. There we go. And then how many of the 9 have to have a real estate license? Absolutely bare minimum. How many of the 9 must have the license? Of the 9, I'll give you 2 choices. Is it 3 or is it 2? At least 3 or at least 2 must be licensed brokers. Yeah. And that's probably more fair for me to ask you because you're going to actually have choices to look at and not have to fill in the blank or anything. And then at least 2 must not be in real estate because we need equal representation, or we need, I'm not necessarily even or equal that way, but some voice of people that don't have a vested interest in the real estate business. So as not to have like slanted representation. What various things does the real estate commission do? What are they there for? What sorts of things are they there for? Yeah, that's a good one. Great job, Livy. Protect consumers. Ultimately, that's their overarching goal, is to protect the public. Another one is to make sure that we are that we educate you guys, right? They oversee the education component. So we educators answer to them. If we want to offer a class to you or to other brokers, we educators have to get approved for those classes through the Real Estate Commission. So they're over licensing of brokers and firms. They also register timeshares. Real Estate Commission registers timeshare projects. Education, investigate complaints, the big scary one, and overall protect the public by disciplining licensees who break the rules and laws. What are those forms of discipline? What are those 4 forms of discipline? There's one. Reprimand is one. Yep, that's the lightest one. Well, official 4 are reprimand, yeah, suspension, revocation, and then the weird C one that I've heard they don't do anymore. And I've never really seen in a disciplinary action, but it's called censure. Good job. Those 4. But there is one that they do, but only certain kinds of licensees would be fined. They could fine, but for the most part, if the question says, does the Real Estate Commission fine licensees? Your answer is no. They do not fine licensees, except in the case of what kind of licensee? Very specific kind of licensee could be fined, but for the most part, none others. A developer of timeshares, you got it. Timeshare developer is the only one subject to being fined by the Real Estate Commission, and how much could that fine be for? $500 per violation. Great job. Perfect. There's our 4. There's our lack of fines, except for a developer. Good. There are a couple other things that could happen in the event of an investigation. A licensee could say, you know what, I'm done with real estate. I know I screwed up. Let me just give you my license back, hand it over, and I won't do this anymore. So surrendering the license could be a thing. And then what we also have seen when we look at those real estate bulletin examples is many times the commission will discipline with, for instance, suspension. But that suspension has conditions, like you've got to take certain classes to get better at the thing you screwed up on. Maybe if it was a fair housing violation, they need to take a fair housing elective, CE. Or if it was a material fact problem, which, by the way, 47% of discipline in the last few years was all about material fact issues. Agents didn't disclose things properly and got complained about and got disciplined over. So they might have to take a certain course, maybe go back through a post-licensing class or a continuing education elective class in order to learn better what they shouldn't have done. And so those are conditions to get the license back or to get the license off suspension. You got to be 18 or older. That is not a high school diploma, guys. You can drop out. Tell all your kids to drop out of high school and get into real estate, right? Don't need the high school diploma. They just need to be 18, have a social security number, be a U.S. citizen, or have a work permit or a qualified alien, pass this course you're in now, and submit and pass the background report requisite character and submit the application. All of those things from the halfway down is what you're doing. Pass the pre-licensing course, submit the background report, the character check, and submit an application. And the only reason you're here is because you're at least 18, you have a social security number, and you're one of those 3 things. That's all it is. Oh, and pass the PSI exam. That little thing. We know this already. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. And then easy points, more easy points. Pre-licensing is 75-hour course. Post 330-hour courses within 18 months. CE is 8 hours total, 2 4-hour classes. An update on the elective of your choice. The money's due by June 30th. Otherwise, you're expired. Your license is, not you. You don't die if you don't pay the money, but your license does. And then the education of CE by June 10th. You're so sick of hearing these things, I know. But we have to tell you these in every CE class too. They just keep making us hammer them in because people actually forget. And there are a couple nuances about how long you might have been expired. And so in the case where you've only been expired for 6 months or less than 6 months, you didn't pay your $45 by June 30th, and maybe it's now July, August, September, October, November, all the way through the end of the year, right? Less than 6 months. If you then want to reinstate and become current, then here's how you do it. Pay $90 and then submit a form online. By the way, pretty much every time they ask you about reinstatement, the answer and the process involves filling out an activation form. They want to make sure you know, you got to tell us what you want us to do for you with your license. So tell us by this online form that applies to the situation. If it's been 6 months to 2 years that it's been since you've paid your $45, you're overdue by that long, then you're going to have to pay the $90, but you're also going to have to take a 30-hour post course, one of the 3 post classes, and again, fill out the activation form. And this is the one that really is unfortunate. The money they're very serious about. Think about it. Wouldn't you like, we could even share it. I would even share it with you guys. Let's get together, figure out a way to talk 84,000 people to pay us $45 a year. And we would be sharing $4.5 million. That's what the Real Estate Commission makes on the $45 renewal. And that's just the 84,000 active licensees, not including the additional $45 for firm, I think. I did that math once just for fun. So the money they take very seriously. They take the education seriously too. But the big difference between not doing the money and not doing the education is the money will make you have to sit back through this with me. The money could result in someone having to take their pre-licensing class again. Get that one down. That's easy testable. The education, not taking your CE for 2 years, you would never be required to take pre-licensing again just because you haven't taken CE for several years. That's not a thing. What would you have to take in order to get back active again if you didn't take your CE? A variety of CE makeup and elective and the current license year update and maybe some post. It's going to depend on how long you were inactive, but never a pre. The retaking of a pre-licensing is only for those who go more than 2 years without paying their $45. You are basically $90 away of having to sit through this again. So that's an easy logic, right? Let's keep paying the money, I guess, is the message there. The inactive thing looks like this. If you have been inactive for less than 2 years, how do you reactivate? You've got to take whatever that current year's update class is, plus an elective of your choice. So a total of 8 hours for the current year's CE that includes that year's update. Any extra CE besides an update that you take is in the form of electives, because those update courses, the Gen Up or the Bic Up, are only good for that year. Last year's update, it's gone. It doesn't serve any purpose other than for that license year. You can never, ever take it again. It's only good for that year. So if you need to take, like in this case, 8 hours for the current CE, that's going to be a 4-hour update, this current year's one, plus an elective. And then you have to do another to make up for however many CE you missed last year. It might have been 1 or 2. Did you take your update but forgot your elective? Then you only need to take 4 missed CE from last year plus this year's 8 total. So in that case, you could get reactivated with 12 hours worth of education. But maybe you totally screwed up and forgot everything last year. Then you're going to be taking 16 hours. All of this year's, which is going to be composed of an elective plus the update, and then enough hours to make up for missing everything last year. Again, that's going to have to be 2 electives, 2 additional electives, because there's no way to take last year's update. Does that make sense? I know I'm belaboring the point, but yeah, that's just the way it goes. Yeah, I can give those to you. If I teach a couple of electives, other schools teach electives, so certainly it would be a school. It would not be the Real Estate Commission. Someone asked, for this type of scenario, do you have to take any of that from the Real Estate Commission? And the answer is no. You can take that from any school. And with the added caveat or asterisk that whatever update you take for this year has to be instructor-led. That one can't be self-directed. But in this case, this less than 2 years scenario, let's say you totally screwed up and now you got 16 hours. That's going to be 1 4-hour update and 3 4-hour electives. All of those 3 electives could be self-directed or any combination. One could be a Zoom like this. One could be an elective or a self-directed at 3 a.m, hit the play button. And then 2 could be butts in seats, live in person, in the same room, breathing the same air, catching the same COVID. Sorry, too soon. And then, of course, an activation form. And then if you've been inactive for more than 2 years, what are you going to have to take? The current year's CE again, but this time, instead of the missed CE from last time, the last whatever you've missed, 60 hours of post. That's 2 post classes. That's what you'd have to take. Plus, again, fill out a form, do the online form, the activation form. I don't really like these questions because I have a feeling this type of thing might be subject to change. Like maybe you wouldn't run into this until 10 years from now, and they're probably going to do it differently then. So my advice, if this ever comes up for you, call them and find out what you need in that moment. What is that year's requirement for getting reinstated? But it is what it is. Here's what they're testing now. And then you have to carry a copy or an image. Doesn't have to be the actual physical card, but you do have to carry at least the image of your license when you do real estate activity so that you can prove that you have the license. It's going to have your little number there and what type of broker you are, PB versus B. And you'll also get one of these if you start a firm. So you have 2. I have one for my firm and one for my human entity or body that I brush my teeth of. There's some things we have to report to the Real Estate Commission. How many days do we have to report a change of address? Change of address, got to tell the commission within X days. Is it 10 or is it 60 or is it 30 or is it 90? 10, 60, 30, or 90? And the $500 prize goes to Libby, who said 10. 10 days for change of address. Good job. Collect that $500 from your neighbor. Let us know how that goes. Hope it's a nice neighbor. Change of address, 10 days. But if you get accused of a crime, how many days do you have to tell the commission that you were accused of a crime? Is it 10, 30, 60, or 90, or none, because you don't have to tell them that you were accused? Trick question. What a jerk. And another way you could answer that, thank you, Dawn, is 60 days from when you were convicted of said accused crime, right? So it's 60 days of conviction. That's it. So not accusation. All right. Questions. And let's talk about contracts, offers. What does it take to have an offer accepted? What's required for something to actually become under contract? Offer and acceptance. That's a good start. What is acceptance, though? What do we mean by acceptance? So in this case, you'd have a buyer up here represented by, let's say, a buyer's agent. That buyer agent puts together an offer to purchase according to the buyer's instructions. The buyer signs it down here, and this buyer agent emails it over to the listing agent. And that listing agent emails it up to the seller, who says, "Oh, wow, that's exactly what I wanted. Let me sign it too." And that seller has signed this thing. They have accepted it. Are we under contract at this point in time? So seller has accepted it, but they haven't told anybody. So what is that important part of this thing that makes it under contract? It's more than just acceptance. Seller has accepted it, but nobody knows. Now they've signed it. They have accepted it. Now they tell their listing agent, "Hey, I signed it. I'm cool with it. What do we do now?" At this point, when the seller has told the listing agent that they've accepted it, are we under contract? Because what has happened? Just a communication on the same side of the fence. Nobody on the other side who made the offer knows yet. So we are still not under contract. You got to get this down. Now, the seller has told the listing agent, and now the listing agent finally texts, calls, emails the buyer agent and says, "Oh, they signed it. We have a deal. Are we under contract now?" Now we are. So it's offer, it's acceptance, but then it's communication of that acceptance that really tips it. That's the deciding factor. So look for that in the paragraph. You got to look for that moment of communication, but which communication? Not communication on the same side of the fence. Communication that crosses the fence. That's the one that makes it under contract. Now, the other nuance to this test question. We're dealing with a selling broker. Who does a selling broker represent? A selling agent represents who? ING. There we go. Thank you. Ooh, that makes me feel better. The ING person represents the buyer. What we don't know, if the test question in the first sentence says the selling agent, if we were to stop reading, we would only know that this is the agent helping the buyer. We don't know which way they're helping them. Are they helping them as a buyer agent, which would be the best way, because then they could give everything to them? Or are they helping them as a sub-agent to the seller? Subagent to seller would be the way they're helping them if the buyer refuses to sign the buyer agency agreement. And sometimes that happens. I would probably say it's all either because the buyer was burned in the past and doesn't trust any agent, and doesn't matter how hard the agent explains, but they don't get it. Or probably more likely, the selling agent is just weak at explaining the benefits of buyer agency, or they're intimidated in doing it soon enough in the process until it gets so awkward, so late that it's kind of awkward. And so in this situation, depending on which way the buyer is represented, going back to this offer communication thing, let's say the listing agent has been told that the seller accepted the offer, and what is happening on the buyer's side or the selling side is that they are represented by a sub-agent to seller. So if that listing agent tells that sub-agent to seller that we have a deal, is that true? Do we indeed have a deal? Telling the sub-agent to seller, is that enough or not? It's not the right communication yet. It's not done if there's a sub-agent to seller until that sub-agent to seller communicates it to the buyer. So know the difference there. Is the listing agent communicating to the person helping the buyer who's in the role of this or the role of this? If it's a buyer agent helping the buyer as a selling agent, then communicating to them is legally the same as communicating to the buyer. And I like to use the example of the no cell service camping trip. The buyer says, make my offer according to these parameters on Friday, and let me know what happens when I come back on Monday. I'm out of pocket, no cell coverage through the weekend. Well, if it's a buyer agent that's helping them, the seller accepts, seller tells listing agent they accepted, then the listing agent tells that buyer agent that we have a deal on Saturday or Sunday. And then the buyer has an epiphany when they're in the mountains, in the woods, and they decide they don't want any possessions, including that house they made an offer on. They don't want to buy it. And so on Monday morning, they call their buyer agent and they say, before the buyer agent can say any words to them, they say, I want out of the deal. I don't want to do this anymore. It doesn't matter, because the buyer agent already was told. Now, if instead of a buyer agent, they were represented by a sub-agent to seller, that buyer comes back in on Monday, and before that agent can say anything, they say, I don't want to do this anymore. They were not communicated with soon enough. And so now the deal's dead. What you should do if you're a sub-agent to seller helping a buyer is anytime your buyer calls you, you answer the phone and say, we have a deal. Get that communication before they can tell you they don't want it anymore. I'm kind of kidding, but that's sort of true. I don't know how often that would really happen, but they like to test you on the difference of that and that. Other things here. Oh yeah. Express versus implied. All right, guys, think about it. Is an express contract which of the following? Written, oral, neither, or both? What is an express contract? Does it have to be in writing? Does it have to be oral? Does it have to be neither, or does it have to be both? Could be both. Which is best answer to that question? It's deceiving, but an express contract just means you are being intentional. You're conveying your wishes, and you can convey your wishes by speaking them or by writing them. So both is the best answer there. Express could be either one. It just means you intended to, or you did it because you stated your intentions. Stated being the key word there. Stated, whether written or verbally. And then the other kind, which is not useful, is an implied contract based on your actions and conduct. We saw these two words in agency too, when we were talking about agency, 7 and 8. Implied agency, is that legal? Implied agency? someone having to guess that you represent them based on your actions? No. I think there was a lot of implied agency going on up till the mid 1990s. Remember when the buyer agency didn't exist until then? But you and I both know if you were carrying somebody around in your horse and buggy, showing them different farms and helping that buyer find various things, even though you were the listing agent, they probably kind of thought you were looking out for them too, based on your actions of helping them. So implied agency got a lot of people in trouble. It still is. People are still not great at explaining how this stuff works. Unilateral, a couple more terms, means one of the parties in the transaction owes promises or has made promises. Bilateral means both of them have made promises. What's an example of a bilateral contract? A bilateral contract where both parties are making promises to each other. What would be a real world example of that? Okay, I hear you. Probably. In the terms of real estate, what would be an equivalent to someone said cell phone service contract? Yeah, the phone company is saying we'll make your phone work and you'll pay us money to do so. Both parties have made promises. Applying that to real estate, I will buy your property and you will give me the deed when I give you the money. Both parties have made promises, and there might be many more promises attached to that agreement too. I will decide if I want to go forward and actually buy it by a certain point in the process. I'm not going to make you wait till closing. I will tell you sooner. And then if I don't tell you sooner, meaning the due diligence deadline, right? Let's equate this thing to a timeline that applies to real estate. We have an offer made, offer to purchase. It becomes a contract. It goes under contract at this point. And then part of that offer to purchase is a proposal for when we're going to close. Is that closing date that is proposed, is that time is of the essence? Do you have a hard date there? Do you have to close on that date or it's dead? No. Closing date is not time is of the essence, but something else is. Probably something that happens right around here, and that is the due diligence deadline. That is time is of the essence. Which means by 5 p.m., you better decide or not. So on or before 5 p.m. on this date, you better tell me if you're going to keep moving forward. What if they don't? What if that buyer fails to tell them by 5 p.m. on due diligence deadline? Fails to tell them that they don't want to buy it anymore. And so it ends up going over that deadline, and right about here is where they tell them, okay, I forgot to tell you yesterday, but now I don't want to do this anymore. What happens? Do they have to go through with the purchase if they wait till after the due diligence deadline to tell them that they don't want to buy it? Does that buyer have to actually go through with the sale? No, they're not forced to sell. No buyer is ever going to be forced to buy it. I mean, not sell, but buy it. What's going to happen is it depends, like Dawn says, on the money. They gave up the due diligence money way back here. That's not coming back. Very rarely is this ever coming back to that buyer. It would only have to be through a breach of the seller. So that's pretty much gone. Based on the buyer's choices, it's never coming back. What it's going to depend on is the earnest money. If they back out during this post due diligence deadline time period, then what they're walking away from if they choose not to buy it is the earnest money, right? That's the big difference. So it's just a matter of how much money are you willing to lose? Do you want to get all your affairs in order, figure out all of your inspections, the appraisal, the survey, Review the covenants and restrictions, the conditions, covenants, restrictions, maybe some HOA documents, maybe some insurance coverage. Make sure the insurance will cover for a reasonable rate that you can deal with and want to pay for. Maybe that includes flood insurance. Any reason the buyer might want to walk needs to be figured out while they still have the chance to get this earnest money back. That means it needs to be figured out within the due diligence period. Because I like to joke that we should call this the earnest money period, because that's really the chunk of money that this amount of time depends upon. That's the only chunk of money that the buyer stands to get back if they back out before this deadline. And I get it, why we call this the due diligence period, because we're doing our due diligence activities, investigation, research, having inspectors look at it, all that fun stuff. So, could a buyer make multiple offers? Could a buyer make offers on 3 properties at the same time? How is that possible? Yes, good point. Is the due diligence fee subtracted from the price at closing? Yes, it is not whipped cream on top. It is coming off of how much the buyer needs to pay. So it's a credit. The buyer gets a credit at closing for that amount of money. It's not much less they need to bring with them as a down payment, for instance. So what if we have a buyer in California, and this is such an accelerated market here in everywhere, really. And they're like, well, it's sight unseen. I'm having to make an offer sight unseen because I can't just get out there in time because they're selling too fast for me to even make it out there and look at them. Therefore, I'm going to rely on my agent to do maybe a FaceTime showing. They can just walk through it and show it to me on their phone. That's a lot of pressure. But I can't narrow it down past these 2. It's either one or the other. One solution might be, hey, okay, well, why don't you make offers on each of them? And then whichever one you don't choose to buy, if you get accepted on both of them, you're just going to lose the due diligence money, whatever that amount is, on the one that you didn't choose to buy. Now, that could be sizable. Once upon a time, that could have been, well, it could still be 0, but good luck finding a seller to agree to take 0 due diligence money. Maybe another 3 or 4 years if the market turns to a buyer-centric market where the buyers are sort of the golden child and they have the say-so like sellers still do now. Maybe then we'll see lower due diligence monies and earnest monies. But now they're still pretty sizable, enough that a buyer's probably not willing to walk away, but if they're selling a house in California, they very well might get quite a bit and have the money and just drop $5,000 due diligence money for 2 different houses and be okay walking away from one of them. But so it's possible. Let's go ahead and take a break and let me answer your questions, India. But break for everybody. Let's do a 10-minute break starting now. And let me take a look here. Let's see. What do you mean course quiz? You mean the final exam? Oh, I gotcha. So the way that would work, if you were not to take it tomorrow, then you could set up a retake. It'd be at your convenience because it would just be a matter of me telling the Learn Test Pass people what day you want to take it, and they just open up the window essentially and give you access to log in. The thing about doing that, though, is if you do that and don't take it tomorrow, but you push it off, then if you were to take that, let's say you bumped it to Friday. If you were to take it Friday and make a 69 to 74, that's it. You're having to take the course again in order to have another chance at taking the test. Right. The only way, if you take it tomorrow and get a 69 to 74, then you get a retake without having to go back through the class. So you give up that extra little cushion. What do you mean? What kind of question? Yeah. Yeah, this is just procedural stuff about the test itself. This is not like PSI or real estate commission stuff. Is that what you meant? Okay, good, good. No, I don't think we'd let you go a whole month before you take it the next time. I think, and that would be a John Sylvia question, the director of the school. But I believe it's more like a week or two. Yeah, you're welcome. And it probably, yeah, yeah, that's what we've run into in the past. Good. You're welcome. Yes, Tony, it is 75. 75 or better is the passing grade. You're welcome. I'll be right back. Welcome back. All right. So bilateral contract. So we come on back together. Bilateral is your classic case of a typical contract between a buyer and a seller. Classic one where a buyer's buying a piece of real estate from a seller, right? And then a unilateral contract. Oops. Sorry, guys. I was just talking and talking. That darn mute button gets you every time. Been doing this 2 years on this Zoom platform. So a bilateral contract is your typical contract between a buyer and a seller, right? Because each party owes the other promises. They've made promises to each other. What is an example of a unilateral contract? Let me give you some choices. Obviously not the typical contract, right? Not your standard contract. What about an assignment, an option to purchase, or, well, let's just go with that. What would be a unilateral contract example where one party is making a promise? That was a little harder, but just file this away that a classic example of a unilateral contract is indeed an option to purchase. What are you getting when it's an option to purchase? That potential buyer is giving the seller an option fee. The buyer's given the option fee to the seller, and in return, the seller has to do what? They have to sit there and wait. What are they waiting for? The buyer to decide yes or no. Do I want to do this or not? What does the buyer decide, basing that decision on? All kinds of things. Maybe a zoning change will allow them to put the kind of business they want to put or the size of investment property they want to build. Maybe if they don't get that particular zoning change to R10, allowing townhomes instead of currently the R2, which only allows single family, they want to build a multi-unit. And so therefore, if they can't get the zoning they need, they don't want to buy it. So they're willing to only have to lose the option fee in order to have an amount of time to decide yes or no about that zoning change. It could also be a road approval. They're deciding whether or not they're going to put that interchange through this area. And if it does go through this area, then yes, the property will be worth more. So let's lock it up with an option to purchase until that road approval process goes through and we know for sure, is the new road coming close by? Because if so, it's going to make it worth more and therefore I want to buy it. Or, oh, no, road was not approved, then I don't want to buy it. They still lose the option fee. Seller keeps that. But what they got in exchange was time to decide yes or no. So it could be zoning. It could be a road thing. It could be about anything, any reason that a buyer just wants to sit and wait and just be sure they're at the front of the line to have an option to purchase this property. They don't have to decide yet. So it's a unilateral contract. The seller can't do anything except wait for the buyer to decide. So, short version of all of that explanation is, what's an example of a unilateral contract? An option to purchase. I've seen that on several practice exams. So just pocket that away as an easy, hopeful easy couple points. Oh, and then these words, executory, that means we are in the under contract phase. We're not finished with the transaction. And people misuse it all the time. The word for finished transaction Like, here's our under contract, here's our closing, here's our moment of under contract date. This entire under contract period, what we call that contract is an executory contract. That's what it's called when we're in that phase. What we call the executed contract is this point after which we are done, the closing and beyond. It's it's finished. It's in the files. We closed on it. And that's called an executed contract. So just know the difference between executed versus executory. That is a tongue twister. And then we came up across these horrible, horrible words. But if you just don't think of the word void as a lottery ticket that you've invalidated because you scratched off too many, you're just supposed to scratch 3, but you scratched 4, therefore this ticket is no good anymore. That's not the void we're talking about. Because a void contract could still be closed. All of these words mean, the only way that these words matter is in terms of, can the buyer or seller or both or neither back out without any consequences? That's what these 3 words mean. That's all these 3 words refer to. What are the consequences to the buyer or seller if they choose to back out? In a valid contract, both of them are going to have some consequences. Either of them could sue the other one for lack of performing, for breach. We're talking about breach. So in a valid contract, they both have skin in the game. Neither one of them could just walk away with no consequences. And valid just means that. And of course, you could close on it. All right, the valid one is the best one in terms of having a deal happen. You can still successfully close. That's the whole purpose of it. But you can also close with void or voidable. But the question is, along the way, between now when we create the contract and closing day, could either of the parties have walked away and the other party not have any sort of say in the matter, not have any ability to enforce it? Because we saw those 2 words too, enforceability and unenforceability. And so if it's a void contract, that means that both parties can walk away and neither party can do anything about it, right? They can't they could take them to court, but the Judge Judy's going to say, show it to me, show me in writing where they promised such and such. And you're going to say, oh, well, it was a handshake. It was a gentleman's agreement. We just said we would do it. Okay, get out of my courtroom. It's not in writing. It's not enforceable. And therefore, both parties, either party, could walk away from this deal with no consequences available to the other one. But with that said, they could also both choose to show up as they agreed with their handshake and sign the papers and actually have a successful closing. So it's still possible, but they don't have any enforceability, right? When I sign this contract tonight or tomorrow that I just got today on my property, then we are both, me and that commercial buyer, going to have promises we've made to each other. My promise to them is, if you show up to closing and don't back out beforehand, I will sell you my property. I'll sign the deed over to you in exchange for that money you promised me. And so it's bilateral. If I had been foolish enough to just take their word for it instead of having it in writing, shame on me. But yes, we could show up in about 6 months when we're supposed to close on this thing and say, okay, here we are. Let's sign the papers. It's just that all of that time between now and then, I would have been a nervous wreck, because at any point they could have just walked away and there's no enforceability, right? There's nothing I could really do about it. There's no money they would stand to lose either. There's no money like earnest or due diligence that they could lose. That even if they wrote those checks, as long as they didn't give them to me, if they gave them to me, then I could hurry up and spend it or keep it, or good luck getting it back from me, right? But if it's sitting in a trust account somewhere, then it's going to be up to the law and the decision by the court as to who gets that money back. Avoidable contract is also possible to close. What are we talking about with avoidable contract? What is the problem? Is the problem is with the people, and what does that mean? An avoidable contract, we have a problem with the parties to the contract. Somebody in the mix is not of legal capacity. And that's three possibilities. If they're not of legal capacity, they could be a minor. Thank you, Tony. Less than 18. They could also be what or what? Back when they signed the contract, they could have been intoxicated, impaired. Or when they may have dementia, Alzheimer's, something like that, and not legally sane. 18, sane and sober. 18, sane and sober. That's a legal capacity to perform. And so that's what's missing when we have a voidable contract. But again, I like to use the YouTube millionaire 17-year-old, 16-year-old as an example. This little trampoline kid, I told you, he bought his mom a $400,000 house. He bought himself a $160,000 car, 17 years old. If he came here, knocked on my door, said, I want to put some trampolines up on your 5 acres. Can I buy it from you for cash? I would say, absolutely. I'll see you when we decide to close in 3 months. And then I would be nervous for 3 months, wondering if he's going to show up. Because at any point he could choose not to show up, not to go through with it, and there's nothing I could do about it. Even if he signed the contract, right? This is written. Void is typically meaning like a oral contract, but voidable, we could have signed all the paperwork as you're supposed to. But because he's 16, he has a free pass. I've got nothing on him. No matter how strict that contract is, he's got a free pass to walk away at any time because it's voidable. But he also has the ability to show up as we promised and close on it, and we have a successful closing. Either could happen. But I, the adult, is subject to his choice. What if I'm the one that backs out? Does he have any legal recourse? Could he take me to court over it if I'm the one who backs out and tries to breach on him in a voidable contract situation? Can he take me to Judge Judy? And yes, he can. It's a one-sided deal. He can hold me to my actions, accountable to my actions, but I cannot hold him accountable to his actions because it's voidable. And another thing we covered in the difference between void and voidable, void, again, is a problem with the paperwork. Typically, that means there is none. It's a verbal agreement. Good luck enforcing it. Impossible. Voidable means there's a problem with the people or the parties to it. Not 18, not sane, not sober. So typically, if I told you the situation is this, some old man who has dementia, some days he's better than others. Some days you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. He knows his name and knows what he's about. And he walks into a real estate firm and asks to see some property, and they show it to him, and he writes an offer and it gets accepted, and he writes an earnest money check and it gets accepted. And then 3 days later, his adult daughter comes in and says, hey, broker, you helped my dad. The broker's like, yeah, I look forward to closing with him. He was great. And the daughter says, sorry, he has dementia. He was not sane, right? He's not able to handle his affairs. Therefore, that's a voidable contract, and we are choosing to void it. So that would typically be a voidable contract situation. Not 18, not sane, not sober. In this case, the dementia. But there's a little nuance that could turn this voidable situation of a person incapable of handling their affairs into a void instead. Makes it void instead of voidable if what? What has to take place to turn what normally would be voidable in the event of a mental incapacity, turn that into void? Turn voidable into void in terms of mental incapacity. if a judge says, yes, officially, legally, this person is not able to handle their affairs, if that has happened, then what this contract would be considered is void instead of voidable. Just file that away in your memory as the exception, or sort of the little asterisk nuance to this thing. Typically, the person incapable of handling their affairs is going to be a voidable situation. But in the event where a judge or a court has said, okay, this person is officially legally not able, instead of just a doctor saying, yeah, I think they have Alzheimer's, that's a voidable thing. Doctor diagnosis is voidable. Court direction, court ruling that now their daughter needs to take care of them, that would make a contract formed by this person into a void one instead of a voidable one. Does that make sense? And that's what all that meant. What is it called when you use another document to accompany your offer to purchase to add some extra things to it? Because the standard offer to purchase doesn't quite handle everything you want to take place. Know the difference between these types of documents. The one that accompanies an offer to purchase to refine it, to dial it in better, to add provisions to it, is the addenda. So when you see addenda, you need to think, we're not under contract if we're using an addenda to make changes or to make enhancements. An addenda is for the in the beginning phase when you're making an offer. Addenda go with offers. Amendments go with contracts. We are now, if we need an amendment to make a change, it's because we are under contract. So terms being added after we are into the contract phase would be done with an amendment. I can't enforce or reiterate enough that void, voidable, unenforceable can all still close. They can all still be closed as long as the parties are cool with it. But at any time, depending on which one it is, someone could pull the ripcord and say, nope, not doing this. And there's no recourse available to that other party. In the case of a void contract, it's possible for either of them to walk with no consequences. In the case of a voidable one, only one of them could walk, but the other would have to be locked in. Let's do a little recap here. Which of the following, to go back to chapter 2, would be considered a non-inheritable estate? Non-inheritable estate. Which one is non-inheritable? Hopefully you're seeing that image in your brain, that you can draw out that chart. Draw that chart out a couple of times that I shared with you. We had inheritable types of estates on the left, non-inheritable on the right. There's 3 that are inheritable. There are 2 that are non-inheritable. And without giving you the answer, let's weed it out. Process of elimination. The 3 that are inheritable include fee simple absolute, fee simple defeasible, and estate for the life of another, pour aut vi. That leaves 2 that are the ones that are indeed non-inheritable. So which of these would that be? Conventional life estate, right? So it looks like this. Hopefully you've been doing this one. All of these are types of freehold estates. And the inheritable kind include fee simple absolute, the best one, because there's no conditions. No conditions placed on it by the seller. Probably should say it more like that. When we say no conditions, we're not talking about no zoning rules, no covenants and restrictions, not that. We're talking about the seller didn't say, if you want to buy this from me, you got to do this or that or the other, or not do this or that or the other. So that's one of them. The other one is fee simple defeasible, which means defeatable because it could be defeated. One of them is fee simple defeasible determinable. And the other one is subject to conditions subsequent. The long one and the short one, I like to think of them as. And so the determinable means that you have to keep using it as a thing. Must keep using it as a farm, must keep using it as a church. The subject to means you must not use it as a thing. That's the way you could lose your ownership of it. Must not use it to sell alcohol. The fee simple defeasible determinable also says it's automatic loss if you break the rule. It goes back to the seller automatically. Automatic reversion, I guess, is a better word for it. And then subject to is they must pursue you in court to have it revert back to them. Don't ask me how. I never had to do it. Knock on wood. Don't jinx me. In real life, you wouldn't give advice on that anyway. You'd say, oh, that sounds terrible. Let me know when it's settled and I'll come and list it. But until then, go talk to an attorney. Those are fee simple defeasible. Then there's for the life of another, pour out v. And that's the last of the inheritable kind. Then we have the non-inheritable kind. And one of those was the conventional life estate. And so for both of these types of life estates, because both of them are indeed that, they're both types of life estates, meaning there's a life tenant. The person who gets it, the buyer, right? The grantee. And then there's also the measuring life, the person whose lifespan it depends on. So the difference in these two is the parties. In a conventional life estate, both of these are the same person. And so if the measuring life dies, the life tenant is dead because it's the same person. Therefore, they cannot leave it to their heirs, which makes it non-inheritable. For the estate for the life of another, these are different people. So if the measuring life dies, then the life tenant loses it, goes back to the owner, or it goes to a third party. But it gets tricky when it's the life tenant who dies, who outlives the measuring life. That person dies. Now what's going to happen to it in the case of an estate for the life of another? Well, it's all dependent on that measuring life. Therefore, it's just going to go to their heirs or whatever they say they want their stuff to go to. This seller who sold it to him has still got to sit and wait until the measuring life dies, because in the meantime, whoever the deceased person wanted it to go to is who's getting it. And then when finally the measuring life does die, it's either going to revert back to the owner, the seller, I should say, or it's going to go to a third party remainderman. One or the other, depending on what that seller chose. It's the seller's decision. It's not that life tenant's decision. It's the seller's decision back when they sold it to him. And then finally, the other kind of non-inheritable estate was a marital life estate. And all that means is you are, as a spouse, you are owed a certain percentage of ownership based on how long you had to be married to that jerk. And I say that because this pops up when someone tries to leave someone out of a will or has no will, right? They didn't take care of their spouse. So therefore, the government, the law says you do have at least a certain percentage of ownership based on the number of years you were married to them. So with all of that recap, let's look at this again. Got a couple of A answers, and that was the right answer. Good job. That's a conventional life estate. Out of this list, the only one that is non-inheritable is A. Conventional life estate, you cannot inherit, because if you die, you're the measuring life and the life tenant. Therefore, you can't leave it to your heirs because you were the measuring life. And so it went to wherever that seller said it was going to go to. Anybody but your heirs, probably. It's not defeasible. That's the one that's either determinable or condition subsequent. Then they got a little more explicit and said defeasible with condition subsequent. Same idea. And then estate for the life of another is the poor alt V one. But all of these three, B, C, D, are in fact inheritable. What about this one? Let me give you a minute. A broker in charge of Look at Us Realty has an unlicensed assistant who has recently completed the pre-licensing course. They completed the course, but they didn't get their license yet. That's what that means. They are not licensed. They're still unlicensed. So take the question for what it's worth. Read it. Don't read more into it than what's there. Yes, they completed the course, but it's more than taking the course. They have to pass the PSI. And so what rules in this test question is the first statement. They are an unlicensed assistant. So with that lens on your glasses, look at the question that way. That unlicensed assistant may lawfully perform which of the following services in return for an hourly wage paid by the broker in charge. Unlicensed assistants can be W-2 employees making a salary or getting paid hourly. That's kind of what they're relating that to. So what can they do? Lawfully. Can they submit listings and changes to the multiple listing service for agents of the firm? Can they prepare agency agreements if they don't do more than 10 per year? Did we ever hear anything about a 10 per year max? No. So that's an easy nonsense. Strike it. With the broker in charge's permission, it should say brokers in charge permission, communicate offers and acceptances for contracts involving clients. Can we talk to clients if we're unlicensed? No. Hold an open house for one of the firm's listings for a sick broker. Can we do open houses? No. That's essentially showing, and we can't show something for sale. So best answer is A. And so that's the process of answering any question. Figure out what they're really asking. Don't let them throw you with any sort of distractions like the fact of completing the course in this case. Who cares? You're still unlicensed. So you still can't do certain things that require a license. Which of the following is allowable under North Carolina Real Estate Commission agency rules? Which one is allowable according to the Real Estate Commission? A buyer agency agreement may be oral, provided it is express, meaning said, either written or verbal. In this case, it must be verbal because it's oral. And the buyer and agent wish to have no fiduciary duties to one another. Do we have a problem with this answer choice? Is that what oral buyer agency is? No fiduciary duties in either direction? No. There are fiduciary duties in one direction when it comes to oral buyer agency. The direction of the agent to the client, because we owe them everything, but they owe us nothing. So to one another, it forfeits this answer. A can't be right. A buyer agency agreement may be oral provided it is express and reduced to writing by the broker and buyer within 3 days of the oral agreement. We never heard anything about 3 days. That's nonsense. So that is not a good one. A buyer agency agreement may be oral provided it is express and reduced to writing before acceptance of any offer to purchase between buyer and seller. Wait a minute. Okay, now they're throwing the word offer in there, which makes my ears perk up, makes me think this might be it. But, oh, wait. If it had said preparation of offer, then we would have been onto something. We better have this oral turned into written before preparation of offer, not acceptance. It's got to be done before we write it up, not before we wait and see if they accept it or not. So C is not right. That leaves D. Oral provided it's express and reduced to writing before preparing, before you even prepare the offer. So best practice, tell that buyer, look, the way I've been acting this whole time is as your buyer agent, but only oral buyer agent. I didn't make you sign anything. because you wanted to try me out, kick my tires, but now's the time to sign something. Need you to sign this before we write this offer you want me to make on your behalf. And they should probably do it. In real life, they probably going to, okay, whatever I got to do, I want to make the offer. You're a halfway decent person. I don't hate you. So, okay, yeah, I'll sign it. For test purposes, we make these nightmare scenarios where the person's a big jerk and they refuse to sign, in which case we would have no choice. If they refuse to sign the buyer agency agreement, then we have to, by default, be a sub-agent to seller. And we might not even get paid in that role because the seller could have chosen not to pay sub-agents. On the MLS sheet is where we would find that out. And I see it all the time. When I look through listings, the majority of listings I ever see pay a positive amount of money to a buyer agent helping a buyer and probably zero amount of money to a seller sub-agent helping a buyer. But some do. I need to do a search in the whole MLS and see how many, just out of curiosity. Last time I did that was years ago, and I believe about 12,000 listings actually paid some money to a sub-agent to seller. But we have way more than that are total. According to a North Carolina Commission license law and rule, designated dual agency could be practiced between all of the following except who? Which one is not allowed to engage in designated dual agency? A provisional broker in the firm up against a non-provisional broker? Can they be designated to opposite parties? Could that provisional help the buyer while the non-provisional helps the seller? Sure they could. Would that be fair? Sure, why not? Because who does the provisional broker have on their side? The BIC, right? Doesn't mean the BIC's going to try to hurt the non-provisional broker or delay them or set a trap. It just means that provisional has somebody to bounce ideas off of, to get guidance from as to how to help their client the best. So yeah, doesn't matter about experience. Provisional broker may be 6 months in. Non-provisional could be 30 years in. But the provisional also has this extra promise that they have a BIC who's going to be really closely watching and helping them along the way. So yes, A is allowed. We're not looking for what's allowed. We're looking for what's not allowed. What about a provisional broker up against another provisional broker? Now, sometimes I get students who are confused by that and they say, wait a minute, both of those provisional brokers have to be able to rely on their BIC. And in this case, same firm, that means same BIC. How is that fair? Or how will that BIC not give away each other's secrets? Well, they just won't because they're not supposed to, right? We all carry in secrets when we represent clients that we don't tell to the other party. It's no different. The BIC can help each provisional broker without giving away the secrets about each party, buyer and seller, to the transaction. The provisional would say, okay, how do I make this offer? And the BIC would say, okay, you need this form, and find out from the client how much they want to offer and what time, what closing date, and what's important to them. And that provisional will say, okay, thanks. And they'll go and do all that with the client, and they'll come back, call the broker maybe. They'll excuse themselves from the conference room with the client and call the BIC and say, wait a minute, they're asking me about lead-based paint. What do I do? And they'll guide them through that. But that doesn't mean the BIC is going to call that other provisional broker and say, well, this turkey just said they want to offer $370. What do you think you got? They're not going to wheel and deal like that, right? So they make the offer and they hand it over to the other provisional broker who's helping the seller. And then that provisional is going to call the BIC and say, well, I got this offer for $370. How should I present it to my seller? How should I do this? And the BIC will say, here's how you do it. But the BIC would never say, but I happen to know they would actually be willing to pay $430. So just hold out. It's not like they're going to do that, right? So provisionals certainly can be designated dual agents up against each other. C, broker in charge up against their provisional in the same firm. That's the one that's not allowed. Because that broker in charge helping the seller knows everything the seller has as secrets about this transaction. They can't help a provisional broker under them who's representing the buyer effectively without compromising somewhere. So that's just not going to work. And then a non-provisional broker and a broker in the same firm, that's the same kind of broker, because a non-provisional broker is a broker and is a full broker. So those are just the same thing. Not the same person, but the same status, right? The North Carolina working with real estate agents disclosure, what? Which of the following is the right answer here? Must be given to all consumers in real estate transactions. That one is tempting because you're like, yes, we have to tell everybody. But what they're counting on you overlooking is that not all real estate transactions involve agents. There's plenty of transactions that have no agents. It's an unrepresented seller selling to an unrepresented buyer. And so that's what's happening with choice A. And so if there are no agents, guess what? You don't have to disclose anything because the name of that disclosure is the working with real estate agents disclosure. In answer choice A, nobody's working with a real estate agent because they don't say so specifically. What about B? Must be given to consumers no later than initial contact with a broker. What's initial contact? Hi, my name is Neil. That's initial contact. So that's not it. The working with agents disclosure is triggered by what type of contact? Not initial, not first initial contact, but what's the other kind? First what? First substantial contact, which means what kinds of information constitute first substantial contact? Related to what two kinds of things? Motivation or finances, money or motivation. You got it. How bad do they want it? When do they need to be in it or out of it? How are they going to buy it? They're going to get a loan for $420. Are they going to pay cash? Now we need to hurry up and talk about the working with agents disclosure before they tell you any negotiating secrets, confidential secrets they wouldn't want the other party to know. So, first initial contact, no, that's not it. As far as triggering the need to explain the working with agents disclosure. C, creates an agency relationship between a broker and a consumer. Does this working with agents disclosure hire us? No, it's just an FYI. It's all it is a disclosure. Like the property disclosure doesn't contract between a buyer and a seller. There's a different document that makes the contract. It's called the contract. In this case, the thing that creates an agency relationship is not this. It's either a buyer agency agreement or a listing agreement, or for that matter, a property management agreement. But in terms of a sale, it's either a buyer agency agreement or a listing agreement. So that's one of the things we explain to them when we're going through this with a consumer. Look, guys, don't freak out. This is not something that hires me. You still have time to decide if you want to work with me. I'm just telling you what your choices are with this document. It's just a disclosure of how this whole agency thing works, how I can work for you or not, and which way you want that to happen, if at all. So the answer is D, proof that a broker has disclosed and explained their options, the consumer's options. Because one way to explain it that I always say to a consumer is, look, guys, the real estate commission is in place to protect consumers from us, brokers. Therefore, they want to make sure that we have proof that we told you what your choices were. I just need this document for my file. It doesn't hire me, but please sign here so that I can show the real estate commission that I did what I'm supposed to do, so I won't get in trouble and lose my license over it. It's a disclosure. Do you understand that you shouldn't tell me anything you don't want the other party to know until we decide how we want to work together and we actually implement that with either a buyer agency agreement or a listing agreement? Some version of that explanation is what you're doing there. Is that good? We recapped agency right in the middle of our offer and contract discussion. So we'll go back to agency a little bit in a minute. But don't forget these. When it comes back to a contract, 4 essential elements of a contract. What makes it a valid contract? These are required to make it a valid contract. If you don't have these things, then it's not a valid contract. It would be void or voidable, perhaps. Either or. Because these things are required to make it valid. Offer and acceptance. The offer made, the acceptance, and then, of course, the communication of that acceptance is part of the package too. Consideration. Something of value has to be in place for it to be considered a valid contract. Competent parties, 18 sane sober, and then are you doing it for a lawful objective? This is not going to be a valid contract if you go to Judge Judy and say, I'm mad at my seller. I was supposed to buy the meth house in the middle of the marijuana field, and they are breaching on the contract. She's going to say, first of all, get out of my courtroom, but let's let the bailiff escort you, show you the way down to the basement jail instead of out to your car, though. So lawful objective is required to make it a valid contract, too. Mutual assent, just a fancy legal phrase for offer and acceptance. One party offered terms, sent it to the other party, and the other party accepted. They agreed. They had a meeting of the mind. That's another phrase you see along with mutual assent. It could be that the offer is made and the one who got the offer, the offeree, said, not quite, you're close but not quite, and they made a change. So what is it when it's a counteroffer? What is a counteroffer, first and foremost? What do we call that? It's right there. I'm asking you a question that's on the slide. So I'm not asking you to pull from some remote part of your memory. Yeah, counteroffer is a rejection. In fact, if you make a counteroffer and you have to counsel your client, hey client, here's our offer. And the client may say, well, gosh, May 23rd to close? That's my niece's ex-wife's dog's girlfriend's birthday. I can't do that. How about the 24th? I want to strike through that date and put this other date. Okay, fine. But you're going to be rejecting this $50,000 over asking price offer with $100,000 of due diligence and blah, 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 and this and that and the other, all cash because of one day. Are you sure? Because you're just rejecting it if you do that. Counteroffer is a rejection. And so if you did that counteroffer, thereby rejecting the initial offer, and the other party who made the initial offer said, oh, okay, well, no to your counteroffer, and also I'm out of here. At that point, that person who did the counter could not say, okay, never mind, I'll go ahead and sign it. We're under contract. No, they don't have that option. That first version of the offer, no longer alive, no longer able to be accepted, right? They ruined it. They messed it up over one silly little day of closing. In order for that initial very first offer to go back to that, the buyer, the original offeror, would have to agree to it, but it's not automatic. So just think that seller maybe has the document in their hand and they make a counter, but then they realize the counter's not going to fly because the buyer's going to walk over it. And so they sign that original offer real quick and think, oh, we got them. No, you don't. You killed it when you communicated a counteroffer. Even though you have this thing in your hand with the buyer's signature and your signature, it's irrelevant. It's not valid. It is unenforceable because we also have record that you communicated that you didn't want to do it at some point, right? You can't just go back to the original because they turned you down on your counter because your counter was a rejection of the original. It was sort of like the Mission Impossible movies, this message will self-destruct. It may as well have exploded and gone into little ashes, right, in your hand. It's no good anymore without that party's willingness to resurrect it if they were to choose to. That's kind of what we're talking about there. So a counteroffer is a rejection. Any offer, counter or otherwise, can be withdrawn at any point, up to the point when the other party accepts it and communicates that acceptance. So it's always rescindable, regardless of if a deadline was put in place. Maybe the buyer said, I'm making my offer and it's only good until noon tomorrow. Does that mean that buyer has to sit and wait till noon and they can't back out if they change their mind? No, they can back out anytime. They don't have to back out or wait till noon. What that's going to mean, though, is once noon comes and goes, it is officially dead because they, in writing, put an expiration date on it. So that is possible. A deadline with your offer is going to kill the offer as of that date and time. So don't be wondering whatever happened to it if you don't hear of a confirmation or don't hear of an acceptance and communication of that after the 12 noon deadline you gave them. It's officially dead. So you can imagine the various scenarios they could paint for you. Just keep all that in mind when you're reading it back and forth. So a counter is a rejection of the original version and a creation of a new one. And then in these counter situations, communicating to the buyer agent versus listing agent is critical because that's the same as communicating to the parties, right? How can an offer be terminated? Oh boy. Again, anytime you see offer or contract, take a deep breath and think in your brain, okay, flip the switch. We are talking about an offer. What are the rules about offers? Or if you see the word contract, wait a minute. We're talking about the contract phase. That's different. What's going on here? Consciously decide and think about the difference between offer version versus contract phase. And so when it's an offer, how can we terminate it? By making a counter, because that's a rejection. It could be just an outright rejection. They could say, that's too low for me to respond to. I reject it. Try again if you want to, but I'm not even going to respond. Or it could be revoked by the giver of the offer before it's accepted. And that's how an offer can die. This word consideration means something of value, typically money in the form of a check from a mortgage company plus the down payment check from the buyer added together to make the full sale price, and that's what's given to the seller. Think about this one carefully. Consideration is the money you have going on at the closing, the exchanged money for the property, for the deed. Okay, in that regard then, is earnest money consideration? Is earnest money considered consideration? When is earnest money entering into the picture? It's kind of a silly little nuance. Because what you're thinking is, well, the earnest money gets credited to the buyer at closing, so it becomes the consideration. Well, that's the key word. It becomes the consideration at closing, but up until then, the earnest money is not consideration. So the test answer is no. Earnest money is not consideration. What is it? What sorts of terms apply to this concept of earnest money? Another word for it is good faith money, right? Good faith, it's it's the buyer showing that they're a serious buyer, so serious that they're willing to separate themselves from that amount of money, let it be held in a different account that they have no access to until closing day, at which point it will be a credit to their side. So the short answer is earnest money consideration. The short answer is no, it is not. It's good faith money. It's a credit to the buyer at closing. The only thing that is consideration is the biggest thing, the thing you're bringing at closing day, right? That's the stuff that's promised in the contract, this full amount of $365,000 in exchange for you signing the deed over to me. That's the consideration. Along the same lines, and then we'll take a break, the due diligence money. Is due diligence money considered consideration? Here's my hint. Same answer as earnest money. Due diligence money is not consideration either. It's the thing you're giving in order to essentially have an amount of time to decide if you want to back out. It's that non-refundable money that you're giving to the seller so that you can have some amount of time to back out if you choose to and still get the earnest money back. Due diligence money is just like earnest money, a credit to the buyer's side at closing. Is that much less they need to bring. But legally, the term is no, it is not consideration. It is what it is. It's its own thing. It's due diligence money. It will become consideration on the day of closing, but up until then, earnest money and due diligence money, there's one term that I've left out. The one remaining way that you can label those things, add them up together, both together are considered what kind of damages? What these amounts of money are available to the seller as blank damages. In the case of the buyer defaulting, liquidated damages, you got it. So that's another synonym, another word we could call earnest money and due diligence money, liquidated damages. But earnest money and due diligence money are not consideration. They're a phase of the process, right? They serve a purpose through the process, but then on that day of closing, it needs to have, in order for that to be a successful closing, the full purchase price is given to the seller in exchange for the seller signing the deed over to the buyer. And that full purchase price is the consideration. It is composed of many things, but the total is what the consideration is. Some of that full purchase price is coming to the seller by way of a check written from the lender that the buyer's borrowing from, right? It doesn't mean that in order for it to be consideration, it has to be a cash sale. No, most of them aren't. Most of them are borrowed money, but it's still all consideration. It's still all money. That's why when someone says, oh, it's a cash offer I'm making, therefore they should give me a deal. Well, not really. The seller's still getting a check, whether you're doing financing or you're bringing cash to closing. To the seller, it's still a check good for the same amount of money. They're going to go throw it in their account. I get it. They want credit. The buyer who's paying cash feels like that they deserve maybe a lower price because now they don't have to wait for lender approval. The seller doesn't have to worry about a loan having to get approved. But in a market like this, a seller's like, so what? There's a lot of strong buyers who have even a higher offer with their borrowed funding than yours that's cash, and I'm willing to wait for that good, strong borrower type of buyer instead of your arrogant cash buyer lowball, right? I'm kind of getting carried away with myself, but I'm trying to prove a point there. So consideration is just the chunk of money you promised to give them in exchange for them giving you the property. That's all it is. Whatever you agreed to exchange for the property. The earnest money also, by the way, and then we'll take our break. One more thing, is not required, and it's not consideration, and neither is the due diligence money. Due diligence money does not have to be in the mix, and neither does earnest money legally. But good luck getting a seller to agree without it right now. Most sellers are probably not going to take you seriously unless you provide both of these things. But to make a contract a contract, it's irrelevant. You don't need either one. So we'll keep making our way through this stuff when I see you back in 10 minutes. And let me know if you have any questions. back together. In our last little bit in. Okay. There we go. A couple more things about 9 and we'll move on. We have to deliver things. When do we deliver offers? When must offers be delivered or presented? Offers must be presented or delivered ASAP, not later than 3 days. So it depends on the answer choices. If the answer choices are 3, 5, 7, or 9 days, best choice of those is 3. If the answer choices are 3, 5, 7, or immediately or ASAP, best choice is ASAP. Because the rule is all offers and counteroffers need to be delivered right away, but not later than 3 days after receipt. The 3 days, I think, goes back to when people actually mailed things, but now they just really don't. It's usually email. A couple other words, phrases. Statute of frauds is the thing that says in order for something to be enforceable, it must be in writing. Again, Judge Judy's going to kick you out if you don't have it in writing to tell her what you're mad about. There are certain documents that must be in writing in order to be enforceable. Contracts are one of them. But agency contracts, like a listing agreement and a buyer agency agreement, they do not fall under statute of frauds. They do need to be in writing. Agency contracts, buyer agency, listing agency, but it's not because of statute of frauds that they must be in writing. It's because of the real estate commission rule that says so, that they must be in writing. So just know that little nuance. Statute of frauds must be in writing to be enforceable. Something that goes along with that I don't have it in front of me, but we've covered is the Connor Act. The Connor Act. The Connor Act is about recording things. There are documents that must be recorded, not to be enforceable, but to protect the person against third-party claims. Connor Act means something must be recorded in order to protect against third-party claims. What sorts of things must be recorded? A deed of trust, an option to purchase. What does not need to be recorded? A contract. We don't record contracts. They don't get recorded. What do I mean recorded? I mean putting it on the public record at the county where the property is located, that this document is scanned and it's in the public record available to anybody. You can look up your neighbor or your aunt or your niece or your friend's deed. You can look up their deed of trust. Just look up the address in the county where the property is, and there it is because it's on the public record. Some more things that make something voidable. If there's some sort of mistake or some sort of fraud involved, that could result in an avoidable contract. And then also these two words. If someone was forced to sign a contract under duress, through threat of violence or actual violence, that's called under duress. So that would make it voidable because a person was a jerk and threatened them. It's a way to maybe remember it. Voidable is about the people, right? And then also undue influence. Someone has influence over another, maybe their elderly parent. Boy, if you don't sign this sales contract, Mom, I don't know if we'll be able to get the grandkids up to see you as often. That'd be horrible, right? Some sort of undue influence to influence somebody would also result in this contract being voidable. An auctioneer needs to have both a broker license and an auctioneer's license. The one who's talking fast is probably not the same as the auctioneer, and therefore they don't need a license at all. They're just working for the auctioneer. And then when it comes to auctions, think about eBay, right? Anybody ever shopped on eBay or sold on eBay, you know that you could go two strategies there. You could either put no reserve price, which means you might end up selling it for less than you wanted to, but the reason for not setting a reserve bare minimum price is you might get the buyers excited to keep overbidding each other and get it up where you want it or beyond. So the same thing for a real estate auction. Oh, sorry, here it is. An auction without a reserve, highest bid's going to win. Hopefully that highest bid is something you're happy with because you have to agree to it. If you set a reserve minimum, then you're going to be protected. If those multiple back and forth overbidding offers don't hit your minimum price, then you're not obligated to sell it to them. And that's about it. For auctions, those couple of things is about all you need to know. True or false? An offeror can accept a previously rejected offer. If that original offer was rejected with a counter, then no longer exists. It's dead. Good job. Here are some of those statute of frauds items. Contracts, they have to be in writing in order to be enforceable. Leases for longer than 3 years. They like to test on this. Just know that, for instance, in a commercial transaction, if the property owner sells to another owner, then the tenant in the property is going to be protected against eviction. Just because the new property owner has bought it, it's automatic protection if it's a 3 or less year lease. You can't kick out the tenant in a 3 or less year, but in the case of a more than 3 year lease, the tenant could get kicked out unless the lease is in writing. That's what the statute of frauds is talking about here. Leases that are longer than 3 years need to be in writing to be enforceable, so the tenant has protection from being kicked out from a new owner. And you fill all that in the blanks. That's what this is talking about. And then an option to purchase contract needs to be in writing to be enforceable as well. This UETA, Uniform Electronic Transaction Act, that just means that we can do all of this stuff without killing trees. We can do electronic signing. That's allowable. We can do electronic conveyance of documents. That is okay too. But why is that okay? Because of the UETA. And they might say, what is it that makes electronic signatures binding? The UETA, the Tenant Security Deposit Act, the Truth in Lending Act, or the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. They'll give you like several. And you've heard of all of them because we studied all of them, but you're going to need to know which one is about electronic signatures. And that's this one. How can a contract terminate? We saw how an offer could terminate before the break, but a contract could die. The best way it terminates, that no longer exists, is that everybody gets paid. Keys get given to buyers, seller gets the money, and broker gets their money. Full performance. The happy way. The other one, there are a couple other ways. Bankruptcy, foreclosure, impossibility to perform. Somehow it makes the contract impossible, that it may be fraud. Minor. Incapacity of parties could result in the contract terminating. Operation of law would be like a bankruptcy. This term assignment means we're swapping a buyer for another buyer. One buyer came along, said they wanted to buy it, negotiated a really good deal, but they don't want to buy it. They just want to sell the rights to that contract to another, assign the contract to someone else in exchange for money, and now that first buyer's done. They're out of here. Second buyer is going to fulfill. But legally, the one who assigned to the second one is still secondarily liable for performance because this was a very predatory strategy once upon a time. An assignment might be done and that second buyer never intended to close. And so the seller never even knew it was assigned and they show up, but nobody comes to buy it because the first one sold and assigned the rights to the second one and the second one just stood them up. So that's how this works. If that were to happen, now that first buyer who originally started the whole thing could still be liable if they can't track down the second buyer. And can you assign a contract? You can, as long as there's not a prohibition, as long as it's not prohibited in the contract. And our standard contract that we use says, yes, you can assign it as long as you tell everybody. Can't assign it in secret that the seller doesn't know until closing. Hey, you're not the buyer that came to my house. Yeah, it was assigned to me. Not allowed. Seller would have to know about it. The only two dates in our standard offer or standard contract that our time is of the essence are the due diligence period. That means as of 5 p.m. on that day, fill in the blank. This is dead, or this is not dead, but outside of the due diligence period. And the other one is this other kind of earnest money called additional earnest money. We'll get more into that in post 301. Besides that, all the other dates are just sort of let's try our best to do it by this date, but it's not hard and fast dates. You'll see the word novation. We're substituting a new contract. It's not breach. It's the same, or maybe some new parties. It's intended to get rid of the old one and swap it for a new shiny one, supported by consideration. Still have to have all the essential elements. Novation just means new contract to replace the old one. And then the parole evidence rule has to do with this. For one thing, the things you talked about in the beginning are not enforceable unless they actually get into the contract. Just because you talked about it, it better be put in the contract. Like if the seller says in the MLS or in their advertising, the refrigerator remains, but the agents don't get it written into the contract. Well, guess what? Refrigerator doesn't have to remain. There's no legal enforceability there. The other thing about this is it must be reasonable, interpreted as a whole. If it's ambiguous language in the contract, the one who wrote that lousy ambiguous language is the one that's going to get ruled against. And then what we verbally agreed to doesn't matter if it doesn't survive and make it into the contract. Sure, please. True. Yeah, good point. Whether it's personal property like a refrigerator, washer, dryer that doesn't have to stay with the house, or a fixture like a chandelier or something like that isn't going to stay with the house, seller wants to take it with them, whatever it is, write it up. Don't rely on, be redundant even though it's mentioned in that bullet list we looked at. I would write it up anyway because it's important to my buyer or important to the seller. So let's make sure everybody's fully understanding of what's going to happen. Nobody's on the walkthrough on the day of closing finding out, oh, wait, where's the hot tub? Where's the chandelier? No, it's right there. We were taking it with us. We said so. You signed off. That eliminates lots and lots of heartache and headache and money out of your pocket from your commission to solve a problem so the commission doesn't get told. Sometimes you buy them off so they don't complain against you. Sometimes you buy them off and they still complain against you. And then in the case of breach, what happens if the buyer breaches? What is available to the seller if the buyer breaches a contract? Those liquidated damages. That seller better be happy with how much they're getting for earnest money and due diligence money because that's all they're getting. What happens if a seller breaches, though? The buyer can sue them for specific performance. You better know those different types of back and forth. Which is which? Which is available to a buyer versus a seller in the case of a breach. The other thing a buyer can do is sue the seller not only for specific performance, but all a reimbursement of everything they've spent on inspections and appraisal and survey. They can pretty much be made back whole again and get all their money back if the seller is deemed to have tried to breach. And a seller, they better be serious by the time we go under contract because there's very little reason that a seller can decide not to do it without risking these things happening to them. But as far as a buyer breaching, that seller, maybe they got $10,000 due diligence money in the beginning, and all they have available for earnest money is another 500. Well, what happens in 30 or 45 days if the buyer decides not to buy it? Maybe the day before closing, and the seller has got all their stuff on a truck and they've got a deposit in on a new house. Are they going to be happy that all they're going to get now is an additional 500 because they've already spent that 10,000 due diligence way back when? So let's be sure that seller understands the importance of not just upfront, quick, down and dirty, non-refundable due diligence money, but also the importance of earnest money for later to hold the buyer's feet to the fire closer to the closing time. That's important too. All righty, let's see here. Closing, let's see. Talk about a little closing and do some recap on some math. If you have a particular math question, let me know. I don't want to, because this can really take up a lot of time, but don't forget the Impact Broker Coach YouTube channel. Hopefully you've seen that. You can get the walkthroughs exactly the way I would do it here with you now. So that's probably not worth our time tonight, but let me just recap a couple of things and then we'll talk about some more procedural stuff. But we had a couple things. One thing was interim interest. What is interim interest? Is it an expense to both or either? Is it a credit? Is it a debit? Is it a proration? It's that concept of, here's our closing month. What are we in, March? I think what's today, like 20th? Okay, perfect, 20th. What's going to happen when we close today on March 20th? First of all, we're going to have to go backwards in time because there's no attorneys open. But upon this March 20th closing, the lender wants this amount of interest, because what's going to happen is the first full payment is not due here. The first full payment is due over here. And what's that? March, April, May. So May 1st is going to be the first full payment. And it covers the privilege of having been able to live there in April. So that leaves out these days. 30 days minus 20 plus 1 to include the day of closing. 11 days that the buyer must pay for in interim interest. Do the math that way, right? To calculate, because the buyer not only has to pay the day after closing through end of month, they've got to pay the day of closing for interim interest too. And so step one is counting those days. Step two is how much is the daily interest? And this is the one that requires a little bit extra work. It's going to take a loan amount times the interest rate to get the annual interest. And if it's a $300,000 loan amount at a 6% interest rate, then what does that mean annually? Here we go. That means $18,000 per year. And how do we turn annual interest into daily interest? We divide it by 360. But again, I spell all this out in those videos. So $50 a day. And so in this case, we've got 11 days at $50 a day. Oops, I don't remember if I did the right thing. I think I did. And so, yeah, that's $550 that's going to be a debit to the buyer for interim interest, right? The other one we did was taxes, property taxes. There's 3 possibilities. We won't go into them because I gave it to you. It's all spelled out, but it's 3 possibilities as to how we handle it. If we close before September 1st, then it's going to be a debit seller, credit buyer for the seller's portion. If we close after September 1st and the seller has paid the taxes, it's going to be a credit to the seller because we need to give them some money back, and a debit to the buyer, the buyer's portion. And then if it's an after September 1st and the seller has not paid, it's going to be a debit them both, their respective amounts. Right? Get that straight in your mind. So in the moment, in the test, you can think through it. I still have to stop sometimes and think, wait. It's after and they haven't paid. Okay, so we need to. And so I just think of it in terms of the timeline. The September date compared to the end of year, compared to the first of the year. Are we closing here? Then it's 1. If we're closing here, it's either 2 or 3 below, one of these two things. And then just think, okay, if our closing is here, do we need to get the buyer's days? We do. In both cases, 2 and 3, we need the buyer's and seller's days. We just need to know what to do with it. And my other guideline there is always calculate the seller's days. Because in this case with taxes, the seller has to pay for day of closing. And it's just, I've seen it too many times that people lose track of that day of closing. So don't let that happen to you. Here's what I wanted to do. So I also gave you in the Google Drive, there it is, your Google Drive available through Notion. If you go to the math section, you've got a couple of things here. You've got some closing calculations, like there's an Excel version, there's a couple of PDF versions. I've got a calculation formulas PDF of all the various formulas we ever talked about, and an annual tax problem and solution. But if we look at the closing calculation problem, like the one for 300,000, which I've got over here, there it is. That's a PDF. And when you see something like that on the test, first of all, it's probably going to be toward the end. So don't spend a whole bunch of time on it until you've answered all the rest of the questions, because this thing will eat up some time because you've got to figure out where to put all these things. And they're just a bunch of these little calculations we've done a million times. If what they're asking is what the buyer needs to bring, then make a column, debits and credits under the buyer. We know that the earnest money and due diligence are going to be credits to the buyer. The purchase price is going to be a debit to the buyer because they have to pay it. The loan amount is going to be 80% of the purchase price because that's what 80-20 means, 80% LTV. We're going to use this loan information for a couple of things. One of them is going to be calculating interim interest. We're also going to use the loan amount to calculate this 1% origination fee. And then in this case, they are paying for 2 discount points, which are also called prepaid interest, which is also called lender yield. Property tax, they're giving us the tax value is 75% of the market value. That means in order to get the tax value, we're going to take 75% of this per 300,000 purchase price. And then the tax rate might be given in mils or it might be given in dollars per 100. And we also need to know that homeowners insurance, the buyer's going to have to pay the whole first year up front, prepaid. And homeowner association fee, how to prorate for that, and then what the interim interest is. Doing all of those and doing the addition and subtraction gives you what that buyer needs to bring. And that's spelled out in the rest of this PDF. They walk you through it with a little tally there on the right of how we're coming up with each thing until we get to the end where it shows what that buyer needs to bring to closing. So I'm going to leave you with those to work through because they're just right there. Here's the HOA one. And by the way, I will be in Raleigh for an educator conference tomorrow, but I will have breaks, and I do still welcome you to text me if I can point you in a direction of a resource. If you have something along the way, obviously not during the test, but if you'll be cramming all day and planning to start your test that afternoon, I'm still here. So just text me if you need something. We're not done yet. We've got more time here, but I want to say that before I forgot. Now, closing stuff, some procedural stuff here. Okay, good. The difference between settlement and closing. Settlement is when the things are getting signed. Closing is when that deed has been recorded. Closing is also when now possession can be given this buyer the keys, given the seller the proceeds, and given the brokers their commission. But that settlement date might not end up being the same as the closing date. There is the thing that requires the recording of the deed before dispersing funds is this thing, the North Carolina Good Funds Settlement Act, that says you can't give away the money to the seller and the payment to the agents, for instance, and the keys to the buyer until the deed has been recorded. That's the Good Funds Settlement Act. And so sometimes the parties want to go ahead and do that, but you got to wait till the recording happens. So the procedure, the process is the documents are signed. Then the attorney checks one more time before they record the deed. They check one more time the title to see if any other mechanics liens or any other liens have been filed against the property. If there are some, then they need to be cleared up before the recording happens. The seller's going to have to pay or clear those liens up, might even delay the closing. And then the deed and deed of trust are recorded. Then the funds can be distributed and the sale gets reported to the IRS. We learned about the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. That's RESPA, and it's to protect consumers against both brokers and lenders. As far as the lenders go, it says, hey, lender, you better tell this borrower how much they're going to be paying for this loan. Don't try to get sneaky. Don't try to hide expenses in the fine print like you used to back in the day. You got to put it nice and clear on very similar disclosures forms that look like something we'll see in just a second. So it protects consumers against abusive practices. It requires accurate estimates at the upfront application stage versus the end day, the closing day. It also keeps brokers from collecting kickbacks. I'm going to tell you to use this inspector because they do a great job as an inspector, not because they're going to give me $100 because I gave them a heartbeat. You as a piece of business, right? That's not allowed. Kickbacks are not allowed. RESPA also limits what the lender can collect for those escrow amounts. They collect and create an escrow account for your taxes and your insurance so that when those bills come out later in the year, the lender has that money plus a little bit extra cushion to pay it with. And if the lender had anything to say about it, if there was no law against it, you better believe they'd probably require some borrowers, if they were able to afford it, to give them many, many months and maybe even years worth of escrow cushion deposits. But the RESPA says, nope, not allowed, just enough to accomplish this goal. Not enough for you to make a bunch of interest on somebody's money sitting in your accounts. So the RESPA restricts how much you can collect for escrow, the lender can. What does For most residential property, finance with federally related loan, which includes conventional as well as FHA and VA, because they are all now overseen by the government. Since there was that colossal meltdown back in '08, the government said, we need to keep an eye on you lenders. Therefore, pretty much conventional as well as FHA, VA all have to comply with the RESPA agreement, RESPA Settlement Procedures Act. And so the lender has to give disclosure within 3 days of loan application. This is the testable stuff. What is loan application? When you give them the address you want to borrow the money to buy. When you give them the address, that's the application date. Now that starts a time clock. That lender better give you these two things within 3 days of that application date. One of them is the loan estimate, which says, here's what we're going to charge you, I promise. Promise we'll stick to it within reason, within a certain limit, a couple limitations. And then the other is basically a guideline called your home loan toolkit, which essentially says if you don't pay, you don't stay. You're going to want to pay your mortgage or you're going to have problems. Fast forward to the closing day, and RESPA also says the lender has to show you a very similar looking disclosure, but it's called a closing disclosure instead of the loan estimate. But all the numbers are in the same places, so they're easy to find by an uneducated as far as to the procedure. Someone not used to seeing all this stuff can find it easily. And that has to be given to that borrower within 3 days before closing. If there are certain changes made to the loan, like an interest rate changes, it was going to be 6, now it's going to be 6.25. Well, guess what? It's the day before closing. Well, now you need to give them a new 3 days. We're not closing tomorrow because the interest rate got changed. So certain things like that can trigger a new 3 days. So loan estimate is up front, 3 days after loan application. Closing disclosure is 3 days before the actual settlement. And these expenses the lender is quoting fall into one of 3 categories. The category of no limit is the one where the borrower gets to pick whatever they want. A borrower can choose any inspection company they want. They can choose Joe Blow off the back of his pickup truck, and he charges $400 and he handwrites the whole report. I don't know if he's still in the business, but I literally used to know an inspector that hand wrote his report. I don't think anybody does that anymore. They all plug it into a computer and print it off, make a PDF. But hey, he was a good inspector. He just chose to do it that way. But the borrower could have also hired some fancy inspector that also provides heat thermal imaging and this and that and the other and charges $1,000. The lender has nothing to do with it, right? It's up to the buyer to pick which one of those. So those fall under the category of no limits. In other words, if it turns out the borrower picks the $1,000 guy instead of the $500 guy, the lender is not on the hook for it. They don't have to make up any pay him, reimburse, nothing like that. Anything the borrower can choose that is not recommended or required by the lender is not subject to the lender having to help pay for. So that's the no limit category. Some things the lender gives the borrower a list and says, pick one of these. You have to use one of these off of this list. And if that's the case, then it better not be more than 10% more than the lender promises back when they do the loan estimate. Because if it ends up being more than 10% higher than they promised it would be, the lender has to absorb that so that they can stick within the RESPA guidelines. And then the final one there at the bottom, no difference allowed. The lender can choose exactly what they want to charge for discount points, for origination fee, for any other fees. And any fees that are fully in the control of the lender, they should honor, and therefore no deviation allowed. If the lender ends up saying, well, I told you the origination fee was going to be 1%, but we are going to do 1.5% now. Well, guess what? The lender's going to have to eat that. They're going to have to honor the 1% and cover the extra half themselves because they promised you 1% back at the loan estimate day. Now we're on the closing day. They've got to handle the overage because there's no tolerance allowed. Zero difference, another word, is no tolerance category. RESPA is pretty important because lenders can, and brokers too, since whatever they do wrong against RESPA could result in $10,000 per violation, a year in prison, victim compensation, and because it's a RESPA violation, triple the damages. Triple the damages. There's another thing that triples damages, and that's fair housing violations. You get busted for fair housing violations, that's another automatic civil damages tripled, just because it's fair housing. So obviously we hold RESPA and fair housing in the highest of importance. Questions. Fair game. Anything's fair game. There we go. Let's talk about finance. We got the primary market. We got the secondary mortgage market. What's the primary mortgage market? That's that one where you're walking into the bank and I want to apply for a loan. The bank loans money to borrowers one by one by one. Then that bank has done so using very stringent requirements, very exact rules about risk, right? They're going to lump in all of those loans of similar risk tolerance, all the A paper or best credit people, 720 plus up into the 800s, are the ones that have proven through their actions over the years that they are reliable payer backers, right? They'll pay you back. Those types of loans will be packaged up together, and then the ones that aren't quite so, that are a little more risky, not quite so solid, will be packaged up, and then the ones that are the subprime loans that are the lowest risk, which is what we really, our lenders really abused back in 08, the years up to 08. Too many subprime mortgages, too many, because they thought, well, surely everybody's always going to make their house payment. They won't pay for they'll let the car go into repossession before they'll let their house, but that wasn't true. People let houses go into foreclosure so they could keep driving the Beamer. And it led to a big collapse, among other things. So the primary versus secondary market. The other thing about this stuff is the concepts of principal versus interest. The interest is what you're paying to that lender for the privilege of borrowing the principal, right? And the opposite of principal, meaning principal loan amount, is your equity. Your money in the game, right? You borrowed some, and then you also have some that you put as a down payment. So in the very big first day after closing, your equity is pretty much whatever you put down. But as the property increases in value, you're going to get more equity. And also as you pay down your loan, your equity in the property is increasing. So equity is essentially, if you had no expenses when you sold your property, your equity would be what you would get when you sold your property and paid off the lender. The difference between the loan amount and the value of the property is your equity. And so that equity can increase because of the appreciation of the property. It could also increase because you spent money on improving the property and made it more valuable, and then also paying down the loan amount. You could make a full payment that includes both principal and interest, and that's going to be like a fully amortized loan, which means when you've paid all of those payments that you promised, you've got no loan left. Fully amortized, down to zero. Congratulations. Good job. But it could also be a partially amortized loan, which means your first all the way to the second to last payment are a lower amount than typical, because maybe they gave you a 30-year loan, but it's going to be a 25-year term. And so your payment gets to be lower because they're treating like it's going to be 30 years, but it's really only 25. So that very last payment has to make up for all of those extra lower payments along the way. That's partial amortization. Let me check out a chat item here. According to North Carolina license law, which of the following is true? Inactive brokers may auction real estate for others if they obtain the appropriate auctioneer's license before advertising the property to be auctioned. Well, the problem I see there is they are inactive, so they can't do anything. So that's probably not it. Property managers may offer incentives to current tenants for bringing in new tenants if the manager does not offer monetary compensation. Let's see if we got any better answers. Unlicensed buyers may receive a portion of the commission from a buyer agent. That sounds pretty good because the parties to the transaction are allowed to get paid your commission. You can negotiate with your seller to not charge them as much as they thought. You could charge them 6%, 5%, 0%, 1%. Same on the buyer side. You can give your buyer money if you want to. It's called a buyer rebate. So just because that buyer doesn't have a license doesn't mean that you're not allowed to pay them. Because since they're a party to the transaction, you can pay them. Does that make sense? You couldn't pay the buyer's brother who said, well, I told you to use her because I saw her name in the paper and I want a referral fee. No, they're unlicensed. You can't pay them a referral fee and they're not a party to the transaction. But either agent could pay either the buyer or the seller. And maybe they would. The buyer agent could give a rebate to the seller because maybe the seller's mad that the buyer agent screwed something up. And maybe the buyer agent's trying to do the right thing and make it up monetarily, hoping the seller won't turn them into the real estate commission. Sometimes both things happen. Let's see, the last one shouldn't be right either. Unlicensed owners may pay an unlicensed person to collect rent. No, that's not okay. So C is the best answer there. Unlicensed buyers can receive a portion of the commission from a buyer agent. That's allowable. That makes sense? Good. Let me see here. And then the foreclosure method. First of all, hypothecation, $5 word that means pledging the property as collateral. We learned about the mortgage and the deed of trust. The mortgage is the same thing as the deed of trust, same concept, but different method. We don't do mortgages here. We call it that all the time, but it really should be called a deed of trust because there's 3 parties to the way the North Carolina system is. It's a title theory state. When you borrow money to buy a house, you sign 2 things, more than that, but at least 2 things, a promissory note saying this is how much I owe you and how quickly I'm going to pay you back. And then the deed of trust that says, and if I don't do the things I promised in the promissory note, then I'll give you my house as a penalty. That's the collateral. Yes, the deed of trust and the deed are both recorded. Good question. Both of them are recorded. So 3 parties in the North Carolina system, the borrower, the lender, and the trustee. And therefore in North Carolina, you don't have to sue somebody for foreclosure because that borrower gave you permission to back when they first borrowed the money. And then the foreclosure process involves, you defaulted, then the trustee in this deed of trust system is the one that's an attorney hired by the lender. They're going to send you a foreclosure notice. That's interesting. Didn't see the deed of trust. I wonder, sometimes it's hard to navigate through those things, and it could have not gotten filed. You might want to check with that closing attorney because I've seen that be overlooked before. They might not have recorded it. Her deed of trust didn't show up in the Register of Deeds. So in the case of a foreclosure, if there's not enough money from the sale of the property that got foreclosed, it might be that not everybody who's in line with liens gets paid, because the first to get paid in a foreclosure after that sale is paying for the foreclosure, paying the court costs. Second is the one we've always talked about is number one, typically is number one in lien priority, and that's property taxes and special assessments. And then any other liens in order of recordation, specific ones to the property, and then general liens, which applies to both property and the person themselves. We are closing in, guys, so I'm open to any of your questions, but don't forget the resources. The YouTube channels, the Google Drive, practice exams. Let me know. I'm happy to give you some clarification on random practice exam questions, but even tonight, between now and tomorrow, it's all hands on deck and I'm here for you. So reach out to me. I will come through. I might take a little longer tomorrow because it'll have to be at break times, but there will be a lunch as well. And they usually give us 10-minute breaks just like we do. It's sort of it's a real estate commission event. So they're going to handle it the same way we've handled this. So, but before anything else, and as we wrap it up, you guys have been lovely. I've had a great time with you. I hope you're excited about it. I know it's a nervous time, sort of nerve-wracking, but regardless, I expect and hope great things for you. But keep in mind too, if the worst possible thing happened, this is still a huge upside type of business. It's worth trying this thing more than once to get into the point where you can make money at it. So don't just get so discouraged that you're one and done and you don't try again. You will improve if you try again. I promise you. And I've known of people that tried more than even once or twice. And that is not unusual and it's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not trying to prepare you to fail. I'm just saying if something happens, if for whatever reason things don't go just right tomorrow, don't give up the dream. It is worth it. And don't let anybody discourage you about the kind of market we're in. Every market is good for us because it just depends on who we're working with, buyer or seller. And it's all good, right? So I'm a big fan of the business, the industry, and I think you truly are doing this with a lot of upside potential. And I think you're all capable. Fully think that you're capable. You just have to put in the time, and your results tomorrow will be a product of your preparation. And maybe that needs to happen even more. And that's okay. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. Whether it's this school you come back to or try again or try the self-directed, keep trying. Keep going if that worst thing happens. But if not, all goes well tomorrow, let me know that too. Let me know. I'll find out, but I welcome you to stay in touch with me and let me help you along the way. And also, if you get to the point of interviewing with firms and you're curious of how to go about that, I'm a resource. I'm putting other things together to be more of that posted content, more so than just live streams. So I'm always developing more stuff, and I'm happy to help and give you advice it's not something I charge for. It's just something I want to improve the industry by doing. So I appreciate you, and I wish you all the best, and I'm confident you will do great. Let me know what I can do anytime. And put your name in the chat for me. And if you don't have questions, if you do, ask them. I'm not kicking you off, but if you have other questions, I'm happy to deal with those and give you some insight. But I appreciate you. Go ahead and unmute and tell everybody goodbye. We've had a long journey here, and sometimes it gets a little quiet. See you guys. Good luck tomorrow. Hey, Kevin. Again, I'll make sure that Learn Test Pass has that right email for you. So they'll be checking on that first thing in the morning when they get in. Thank you, buddy.